he would stay. He would be a silent guardian, a watchful presence, his own strength a temporary shield until his mother returned. As he settled at a respectful distance, his gaze drifted across the savannah. In the distance, a family of gorillas moved through the trees, a portrait of peaceful strength. His eyes found the leader, a magnificent silverback whose back shone like polished granite in the sun. A memory, distant and profound, surfaced in Elijah's mind. It's been 20 years, he thought, a whisper in his own mind. I wonder if he still remembers. The question hung in the air, a thread of personal history woven into the vast tapestry of the wild. An open loop he had no time to close. His focus was on the horizon, watching for a lioness, but the real danger wasn't in the distance. It was already there, silent, patient, and hidden in plain sight. The atmosphere began to change. It was a shift so subtle that a less experienced woodsman would have missed it entirely. The air, once alive with the hum of insects and the chatter of birds, grew heavy and still. A profound silence descended upon the clearing, a vacuum where life should have been. Elijah felt a primal unease creep up his spine. He scanned the perimeter, his eyes tracing the familiar patterns of light and shadow, searching for what was wrong. That's when he smelled it, a faint, dry, musky scent like old leather and dust. His eyes darted to the ground. Near a cluster of rocks lay a piece of shed skin, thick as a belt and patterned with intricate diamonds. It was impossibly large. A cold dread washed over him. He knew what predator that skin belonged to. Before he could even stand, the world exploded. From the low green grass he had been sitting beside, the python struck. It was a blur of motion, an eruption of coiled power that was less an attack and more a physical manifestation of the landscape's will. The impact threw him backward, the breath forced from his lungs in a sharp, involuntary gasp. His first and only instinct was to protect the cub. He twisted his body, curling into a ball around the tiny creature, turning his back to the aggressor. Immediately, the coils came. They were impossibly thick and heavy, wrapping around his legs, his torso, his arms, with a speed and efficiency that was terrifyingly biological. This was the python's art, constriction. It wasn't about crushing bones. It was about suffocation. With every exhale Elijah desperately took, the serpent tightened its grip, stealing that tiny bit of space, relentlessly squeezing the life out of him. The world became a dizzying nightmare of pressure and helplessness. He could hear the cub's terrified whimpers muffled against his shirt, a sound that spurred a useless, adrenaline-fueled struggle. But he was a child in the grip of a giant. He could feel the rough, dry texture of the scales against his skin, could hear the terrifying sound of his own ribs creaking under the strain. The stakes had escalated in a split second. This was no longer about guarding a cub. This was about his own imminent, certain death. His strength was meaningless, his knowledge useless. He was just another creature being reclaimed by the earth, his only remaining purpose to serve as a shield for the small, warm life he held. As his world narrowed to a single point of crushing pressure, a sound broke the terrifying silence. It wasn't the roar of a lion or the call of a bird. It was a deep, guttural roar of fury, a sound that shook the very ground beneath him. Through the haze of his fading vision, Elijah saw a shape emerge from the trees. It was a vision of impossible power and righteous anger, the silverback gorilla. It charged into the clearing not with the hesitation of an animal assessing a threat, but with the clear, directed purpose of an executioner. The ground trembled under its charge. The gorilla didn't pause. It lunged forward and seized the python's thick body in its massive hands. For a moment, the serpent's pressure on Elijah lessened as it was forced to acknowledge a new, more formidable foe. What followed was a battle of titans. The gorilla, roaring in fury, began to pull at the snake, its arm muscles bulging like braided steel cables. It was a struggle of pure, primal force. The python, a creature of immense muscular strength, writhed and resisted, but the gorilla's grip was absolute. With a tremendous heave, the silverback ripped a section of the coil free from Elijah's body, then another. And as this impossible rescue unfolded, Elijah's oxygen-starved mind plunged back in time. The scene shifted. He was 20 years younger, his face less lined, but his eyes held the same compassion. He had been on patrol in this very same forest when he found it. A juvenile gorilla, its leg caught fast in a poacher's crude wire snare. The wire had cut deep into the animal's flesh. It was weak from pain and terror. Any other person might have seen only danger, but Elijah saw only a victim. For hours, he sat near the trapped animal, speaking in a low, calm voice, making no sudden moves. Slowly, painstakingly, he earned a fragile trust. At great personal risk, he had moved in with wire cutters, working quickly as the young gorilla cried out in pain. He had snipped the wire, cleaned the wound as best he could, and watched as the freed animal limped back into the safety of the trees, turning back once to look at him with an expression he could never forget. Now, that memory, that single act of kindness, had returned to him as salvation. The juvenile he had saved was now the magnificent silverback, and the debt was being repaid. The gorilla, with a final, earth-shaking roar, lifted a large portion of the python high into the air and slammed it against the ground with incredible force. The serpent, battered and overwhelmed, finally relinquished its grip completely. The python, defeated, uncoiled from Elijah and vanished into the undergrowth. Elijah lay on the grass, gasping for air, the terrified but unharmed lion cub still clutched in his arms. But the gorilla wasn't finished. What did next was something no scientist could ever predict. The fight was over, but the story was not. The most powerful moment happened in the silence that followed. The adrenaline receded, leaving Elijah weak and trembling on the ground. He expected the silverback to disappear back into the forest, its duty done, its strange debt settled. Instead, the massive creature walked calmly towards him. It stood over him, its huge form blocking out the sun. There was no aggression in its posture, no lingering fury from the battle. There was only a quiet, profound intelligence in its deep-set eyes. This was the unthinkable moment. Slowly, deliberately, the gorilla knelt. It reached out one of its massive, leathery hands, a hand powerful enough to snap bone, and gently, so gently, placed it on Elijah's shoulder. It was not a pat or a shove, but a clear, unambiguous touch of connection. A gesture of profound acknowledgement. Its gaze shifted from Elijah's face down to the tiny lion cub, which was just beginning to stir. The gorilla let out a soft, low grunt, a sound that was not threatening, but communicative. Then, as gracefully as it had arrived, it stood, turned, and melted back into the shadows of the acacia trees, leaving Elijah alone in the sudden silence. He lay there for a long time, the weight of that gesture more impactful than the coils of the snake had been. It wasn't instinct. It wasn't a random act of territorial defense. It was a choice. It was a memory. It was, in its own way, an act of love, a life for a life. That moment moment was proof of something deeper, something that science struggles to quantify. A consciousness that remembers, a spirit that understands gratitude, a sense of justice that can bridge the vast gulf between species. The ultimate lesson of that day was not about survival. It was about connection. It was the undeniable truth that every action we take, especially an act of kindness, creates an echo. You may not see or hear the result for days, or months, or even 2 decades, but that echo reverberates through the fabric of the world, returning to you in ways you could never possibly imagine. Our place in nature is not one of dominion, but of kinship. We are all man and beast, threads in the same great, mysterious tapestry. The bond between humans and animals is filled with incredible moments that defy explanation, proving that compassion is a universal language. If this story of an unforgettable debt being repaid touched your heart, you won't want to miss our next video, where we explore the hidden intelligence of elephants and their surprising capacity for empathy. Click the video on your screen now to continue the journey with us. Thank you for being here. In the heart of a vast acacia forest, a single, tiny life was about to be extinguished. A lion cub lay injured and alone after a brutal stampede. But when 2 leopards closed in, something no one expected happened. A massive silverback gorilla stepped from the trees. And what he did next stunned even seasoned rangers. This is the story of a rescue the wild will never forget. Deep within an endless forest of acacia trees and vibrant green grass, the dust was just beginning to settle. The thunder of hooves had faded, leaving behind a chilling silence broken only by the whimpering of a tiny lion cub. Its leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, sending sharp pulses of pain through its small body. Its pride was gone, swallowed by the chaos of the stampede. It was the perfect target, a beacon of vulnerability in a world governed by survival of the fittest. And soon, the shadows delivered 2 perfect predators. Sleek and silent, 2 leopards emerged from the tall grass, their eyes fixed on the easy meal. For the helpless lion cub, this was the end. But as the leopards moved in, the trees themselves seemed to produce a guardian. This wasn't a lion. It was a silverback gorilla, a creature of immense power, and he was walking directly into the heart of the conflict. What do you think is the most powerful instinct in nature? Survival or compassion? Let us know your first thoughts below. The most dangerous creature in this standoff wasn't the one with the sharpest claws. It was the one whose intentions were a complete mystery. The leopards froze, their predatory focus instantly shifting to the new, unpredictable variable. The silverback was a mountain of black fur and muscle, an absolute monarch in his own right. He could have ignored the scene, letting the harsh laws of nature play out. He could have seen the lion cub as a nuisance. Instead, he did something that defied all expectation. He continued his slow, deliberate walk forward, not towards the leopards, but towards the terrified, whimpering lion cub. The air was thick with tension. Every creature held its breath. The leopards, masters of the ambush, were now paralyzed by uncertainty. They watched as the gorilla knelt, his massive form creating a wall between them and their target. Ranger Elijah Mangy, observing from a safe distance through his binoculars, could hardly believe what he was seeing. He'd spent 2 decades in these forests, and he'd witnessed territorial disputes, epic hunts, and tender family moments. But this was something entirely new. He raised his camera, his hands trembling slightly, knowing he was witnessing a moment that could redefine their understanding of animal consciousness. The gorilla lowered his enormous head, his deep-set, intelligent eyes gazing at the small, trembling creature before him. He let out a low, gentle rumble, not a threat, but a sound of reassurance. The lion cub, which had been frozen in terror, flinched but did not run. The gorilla extended a single, massive finger, a digit as thick as a tree branch, and gently touched the lion cub's injured leg. The cub cried out, a tiny spark of pain, and the gorilla immediately retracted his touch. It was a moment of stunning empathy. He seemed to understand. He then looked around, his gaze scanning the forest floor. He spotted a patch of soft, damp moss growing on a fallen log. He carefully scraped some of it up and, with unbelievable gentleness, dabbed it against the lion cub's bleeding wound. Elijah watched, completely captivated. This wasn't instinct. This was care. This was a choice. For a few precious moments, the forest was a sanctuary. The giant gorilla simply sat there, a silent guardian, providing shade from the harsh sun with his own body. He was a protector. However, the scent of blood travels far, and the two observers hiding in the tall grass had not given up. They were simply waiting for their moment, believing this strange peace could not possibly last. If you've ever witnessed an animal show unexpected kindness, share that story with our community here. When instinct met instinct, one animal had to make a stand. The leopard's patience had run out. Seeing the gorilla's attention focused on the lion cub, they decided to press their advantage. One of them crept forward, its body low to the ground in a classic stalking posture. It was a fatal miscalculation. The silverback's head snapped up, and the gentle demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by the raw authority of a king. He rose to his full, magnificent height, standing over 6 feet tall. He let out a deafening roar that ripped through the clearing, a sound that wasn't just a warning, but a promise of violence if his command was not obeyed. He then did what gorillas do when faced with an intractable threat. He beat his chest. The rhythmic, hollow thudding was a primal drumbeat, a display of power so intimidating it could be felt as much as heard. From a scientific standpoint, this is a threat display, a behavior designed to intimidate rivals and avoid a physical fight. But this was different. This wasn't about territory or mating rights. This was about justice. The leopards hesitated, but their hunger was a powerful motivator. They began to circle, trying to find a new angle to get to the lion cub, which was now cowering behind the gorilla's massive legs. The gorilla understood their strategy. He wasn't just a wall of muscle. He was a thinking defender. He saw a large, fallen acacia branch nearby. In a stunning display of tool use, he grabbed the branch, wielding it like a club. He slammed it on the ground in front of him, sending dirt and leaves flying. This was more than the leopards had bargained for. They were hunters built for ambushes and quick kills, not a protracted battle with an enraged, armed ape. This was a fight they were not equipped to win. The scene was now framed in a way that raised the stakes immensely. This was more than a fight for a lion cub. It was a declaration. In this small patch of the forest, this silverback was declaring that strength would be used not to dominate, but to defend the defenseless. Everything was on the line. His reputation, his energy, and potentially his life were being risked for a creature that wasn't even his own species. The standoff continued, a silent war of nerves. The gorilla never took his eyes off the predators, turning his body slowly to keep himself between them and the lion cub at all times. His gaze was unwavering, a promise of absolute resolve. Finally, after what felt to Elijah like an eternity, the leopards yielded. One by one, They turned and melted back into the shadows of the tall grass, their hunt a failure. The immediate threat was gone, but the lion cub was still wounded, still alone, and miles from its family. Press the like button if you believe this gorilla is a true hero. After a long, tense standoff that felt like an eternity, the leopards finally yielded, melting back into the forest. The immediate threat was gone, but the lion cub was still wounded, still alone, and miles from its family. The rescue was over, but the journey had just begun. With the leopards gone, a quiet calm returned to the clearing. The gorilla's posture softened. The fearsome king was gone, and the gentle giant returned. He looked down at the lion cub huddled at his feet and made another soft, rumbling sound. He could have left then. His job was done. He had faced down the danger and won. His own troop would be waiting for him, but he stayed. It was in this moment that the gorilla's actions shifted from merely protective to profoundly intelligent. Faintly, on the wind, a new sound could be heard. It was the distant, searching calls of a lioness, the mother of a lost lion cub. The cub heard it too, and it let out a hopeful, anxious cry in response. The gorilla's head tilted, listening intently. He seemed to process the sounds, to understand the connection. He then turned to the lion cub and gave it a gentle nudge with his head, urging it in the direction of the calls. The lion cub, still weak, took a few hesitant steps and then stumbled. It looked back at the gorilla, its eyes filled with a mixture of fear and trust. The gorilla waited patiently, then nudged it again, a silent command. Go to her. You are safe now. This began the final, unbelievable chapter of the rescue. The gorilla didn't carry the lion cub. He escorted it. He walked slowly, matching his pace to the injured cubs, stopping whenever it needed to rest. He acted as a moving shield, a massive, looming presence that would deter any other opportunistic predators. Ranger Elijah followed, his camera recording the whole incredible trek. He stayed far enough back not to interfere, but close enough to document what he knew was a once-in-a-lifetime event. He was witnessing a sustained act of compassion, an escort mission driven by an unspoken understanding that the cub's ultimate need was its family. The gorilla had protected the lion cub from predators. It had offered comfort and care, but could it do the one thing that mattered most? Could it return this lost child to its mother? The answer would define its legacy. Do you think animals understand the concept of family in the same way we do? Discuss respectfully in the comments. As the familiar scent of the pride grew stronger, Ranger Elijah held his breath, camera rolling, knowing he was about to witness the emotional payoff to this impossible story. Some moments don't just tell a story, they change the way we see the world. As they reached the edge of a large clearing, a magnificent lioness emerged from the brush. Her eyes were frantic, searching. She called out, and this time, the lion cub answered with all its remaining strength. The lioness's head snapped in their direction. For a tense second, her gaze fell on the massive gorilla, and her posture stiffened. But then she saw her child, limping towards her. Her protective instincts took over. She rushed forward, ignoring the gorilla completely, and began to lovingly groom her returned lion cub, checking it over, showering it with affection. The reunion was complete. The gorilla stood back, watching silently from the edge of the trees. He watched as the lion cub was absorbed back into the safety of its pride. His task was finished. There was a brief, extraordinary moment where the lioness looked up, her gaze meeting the gorilla's across the clearing. There was no aggression, no fear. It was a silent, shared moment of understanding. Then, as quietly as he had arrived, the silverback gorilla turned and disappeared back into the depths of the acacia forest, his solitary figure dissolving into the trees. He sought no reward, no recognition. His Work was done. Elijah lowered his camera, his heart pounding. The footage he captured would soon touch the world, sparking a global conversation about the depths of animal emotion. But for him, in that moment, it was simply about witnessing a profound truth. This story teaches us that true strength isn't found in dominance or aggression. It's found in the gentle care for a wound, in the courage to stand for another, and in the wisdom to know when to walk away. It was a lesson in compassion, delivered by an unlikely teacher, a lesson the forest, and now the world, will never forget. If this story moved you, subscribe to our channel for more tales that reveal the hidden heart of the wild. And don't leave yet. The next unbelievable story is queued up for you. Click the video on your screen to keep watching. You won't regret it. The air in the acacia forest, usually alive with the hum of insects and distant bird calls, was thick with a terrifying silence. It was a silence that clung to the air, heavy and absolute, broken only by two sounds: the strained, ragged breathing of a creature fighting for its life, and the frantic heartbeat pounding in Ranger Caleb's own ears. Before him was a scene from a nightmare. A magnificent silverback gorilla, a titan of the forest, was hopelessly ensnared in the coils of a python, so large it seemed more like a river of muscle than a living thing. Caleb's hands were raw, his knuckles bloody, his uniform drenched in sweat that had nothing to do with the midday sun. He gripped the python's body, his muscles screaming in protest as he pulled with every ounce of his strength. It was like trying to bend steel. The snake's coils, mottled in patterns of brown and yellow, only tightened their embrace. The gorilla's eyes, wide with a terror that transcended species, met Caleb's for a fleeting second. It was a look of desperate appeal, a silent plea in a battle it was losing. Just as a wave of despair washed over Caleb, a feeling that his efforts were futile, the ground began to vibrate. It was a low, deep tremor that he felt in the soles of his boots and the base of his spine. He froze. Through the tall, green grass and between the trunks of the ancient acacia trees, they emerged. Not one, but 4 lions. They walked into the clearing not with the stealth of a hunter, but with the slow, arrogant confidence of kings. They stopped, a wall of muscle and amber eyes, their attention fixed on a life-or-death struggle. Caleb's heart, which he thought couldn't possibly beat any faster, found a new, frantic rhythm. He was no longer just a rescuer. He was a target, trapped in an impossible standoff. To understand how Caleb ended up in this impossible bind, we need to rewind to the gentle light of dawn. The day had begun like any other in the vast expanse of a savanna he called home. For 15 years, this land hadn't just been his workplace. It was a part of his soul. He'd learned its rhythms, its secrets, and the intricate language of its inhabitants. His morning started not with an alarm clock, but with the first rays of sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, and a familiar rumble of his old Jeep's engine coming to life. As he drove, the landscape unfolded around him. Towering acacia trees with their wide, flat canopies dotted the sea of lush green grass, a result of the recent rains. He knew this land intimately, which waterholes were favored by the elephants, which rocky outcrops the leopards used for their midday rest. He felt a deep, unspoken connection to the animals who lived here, a bond forged through years of quiet observation and mutual respect. Among the thousands of lives that thrived under his watch, one held a special significance: a lone silverback gorilla. He was a majestic creature, an old soul who patrolled his territory with a quiet strength that embodied the untamed spirit of the wild. Caleb had watched him for years, documenting his movements from a distance, admiring his intelligence and the gentle way he interacted with his environment. That morning, Caleb had spotted him near a grove of fruit trees, contentedly foraging, a picture of perfect peace. There was no hint of the violence to come. It was hours later, during a routine patrol on the far side of the reserve, that the day's harmony was shattered. A sound cut through the air, a guttural, desperate cry that was horribly out of place. It wasn't the call of a predator on the hunt, nor the cry of a territorial dispute. It was the sound of pure agony. Caleb's blood ran cold. He knew that sound. It was the voice of an animal in mortal peril. He immediately turned the jeep, his hands gripping the wheel, pushing through the tall grass, his mind racing. Every instinct honed by years in the bush told him something was terribly, terribly wrong. He was heading straight into a crisis, completely unaware that he was about to witness something that would challenge everything he thought he knew about the laws of nature. When Caleb burst into the clearing, the scene that greeted him was worse than he could have imagined. The great silverback was on its back, its powerful limbs flailing uselessly against the relentless pressure of the python. The snake was a monster, its body as thick as Caleb's thigh, coiled in a suffocating embrace around the gorilla's chest and abdomen. With every desperate gasp the gorilla took, the snake seemed to tighten its grip, a master of leverage and constriction. Caleb's training took over. Rule 1: assess the situation. But assessment was instant and grim. The gorilla was losing consciousness, its movements becoming weaker, more sporadic. Rule 2: intervene if possible. Caleb lunged forward without a second thought. He grabbed the python's body with both hands, trying to uncoil it to create even an inch of breathing room for the trapped ape. The snake's skin was cool and smooth, its muscles underneath hard as rock. It was like trying to fight a hydraulic press. The sheer power was immense, an elemental force of nature that made Caleb's own strength feel insignificant. He grunted, his face contorted with effort, his boots slipping on the flattened grass. He saw the python's head, its black, motionless eyes fixed on its prey, its forked tongue flicking in and out, tasting the air. He needed a new strategy. He released his grip and tried to find the tail, hoping to unwrap the beast from the end. But the snake was a tangled knot of power, and he couldn't find a place to begin. The gorilla let out a low, guttural moan, a sound of surrender that tore through Caleb. Desperation fueled him. He abandoned caution, throwing himself against the thickest coil, using his body weight to try and pry it loose. He was no longer a ranger. He was just a man, fighting a desperate, losing battle against a primordial force. It was in that moment of absolute commitment, with his own safety completely forgotten, that the world changed. The ground trembled. The air grew still. Caleb looked up, his breath catching in his throat, and saw the lions. They had emerged from the trees, a silent, golden tide. The struggle to save one life had just become a terrifying standoff for his own. He was trapped, exhausted, and now he was surrounded. Terror has a way of sharpening the senses. Caleb was acutely aware of everything: the crushing weight of the python, the labored breathing of the gorilla, and the unnerving stare of 4 pairs of golden eyes. He braced for the inevitable, the charge, the flash of claws and teeth. A pride of lions faced with a vulnerable ranger and a dying gorilla should have been a simple equation of predator and prey. But the attack never came. The lead lion, a magnificent male with a mane as dark as midnight, took a slow, deliberate step forward. Its gaze was not on Caleb. It wasn't on the weakened gorilla. Its entire focus intense and unwavering, was on the python. The other 3 lions fanned out, forming a semicircle, not to trap Caleb, but to enclose the struggle. Their movements were not frantic or aggressive. They were calm, calculated, and utterly intimidating. Then, a sound began to build, a low rumble that started deep in the lead lion's chest. It grew in volume and power until it erupted into a full-throated roar. It wasn't a hunting cry. It was a declaration of power, a sonic boom that vibrated through Caleb's bones and seemed to shake the very leaves on the acacia trees. The other lions joined in, their combined roars creating a wave of sound so immense it was a physical force. While interspecies conflicts are common, coordinated actions like this are incredibly rare. The lions were not just making noise. They were communicating dominance, projecting an overwhelming threat that was aimed at a single target. The python reacted instantly. It may have been a creature of instinct, but that instinct screamed that it was now in the presence of a far greater danger. The snake's primary goal shifted from securing its meal to self-preservation. Caleb felt the pressure lessen. The muscular coils, which had been as unyielding as iron bars, began to loosen. The python, in a fluid, panicked motion, unraveled itself from the gorilla. It cast one last look at the wall of roaring lions, then turned and slithered away, disappearing into the dense undergrowth with astonishing speed. The lions gave a short, token chase, a flash of tawny bodies and angry growls, before returning to the clearing. And then, silence fell once more. The immediate danger was gone, but the air was still thick with an electric, surreal energy. The python had vanished. Caleb, shaking with adrenaline and disbelief, slowly got to his feet. Across the clearing, the pride of lions stood their ground, not as threats, but as silent observers. Their role in the drama seemed to be over, yet they remained watching. Caleb's focus shifted back to the reason he was there. The great silverback lay on the grass, breathing in deep, shuddering gasps. It was alive. Pushing aside his own shock, Caleb approached cautiously. He knelt beside the magnificent animal, his movements slow and non-threatening. He opened his medkit, his hands still trembling slightly. The gorilla's body was covered in deep, ugly bruises and abrasions where the python's coils had squeezed the life from it. Gently, Caleb began to clean the wounds, dabbing them with antiseptic. It was a quiet, intimate moment that felt sacred. The gorilla, exhausted and weak, did not resist. It simply lay there, its dark, intelligent eyes watching Caleb's every move, not with fear, but with what looked like a profound, weary understanding. In that moment, the barrier between man and beast seemed to dissolve, replaced by a shared experience of trauma and relief. From their vantage point, the lions watched this quiet act of care. After a few minutes, as if they had seen what they needed to see, the lead male turned and, with the rest of the pride following, melted back into the savannah as silently as they had appeared. Caleb was left alone with the recovering gorilla as the afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows across the grass. He stayed until the gorilla finally gathered its strength and slowly, painfully, moved off towards the safety of the trees. Watching it go, Caleb understood that he had witnessed something sacred. The wild is often painted as a brutal arena of survival. But perhaps it is more complex than that. Perhaps there are unwritten laws, ancient alliances, and even a capacity for empathy that defies our neat scientific boxes. What he saw was not a miracle, but a powerful reminder that all life is interconnected, and that courage and compassion are a language that even the wildest of hearts can understand. The animal kingdom is full of mysteries that challenge our understanding. If you were moved by this story of incredible interspecies connection, subscribe and click the bell so you won't miss our next exploration into the wild's most astonishing moments. And check out this next video on your screen about another unbelievable animal rescue. What if your final goodbye wasn't to a person, but to a wild king of the forest who owed you his life? This is the story of a promise that transcended the boundary between man and beast. A bond forged in compassion and sealed in unwavering loyalty. We begin at the end, in the golden light of a late afternoon in the heart of Africa. Here, a massive male lion stands with a profound stillness at the edge of simple wire fence. He is the embodiment of power, yet he makes no sound. His gaze is fixed on the small, rustic home just beyond the fence, a silent, patient sentinel. Inside that home, an old man named Raymond lies in his bed. The sun's rays cut through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the quiet air. He is frail, his breath shallow, his life ebbing away like the fading light outside. But on his face is a look of serene acceptance, as if he is not alone, as if he is keeping a long-awaited appointment. There is an unspoken understanding that hangs in the air, a sacred energy connecting the dying man and the waiting predator. This is no chance encounter. It is the final chapter of an unbelievable story of friendship. To understand the weight of this sacred moment, we must see how it all began. Keep watching to discover the incredible true story of how this unbelievable bond was forged. To understand this final, sacred goodbye, we must go back to the beginning, to an ordinary day in the acacia forest that ended with a life-changing choice. In the vast silence of the African wilderness, a single, desperate cry for help would unite two souls from entirely different worlds. Our story begins with Raymond. He was a man who had chosen solitude, a warden who found more truth in the rustling leaves of the acacia trees than in the clamor of human society. For years, he had been the quiet custodian of this land, his life a steady rhythm of patrols, observation, and respect for the unwritten laws of the wild. His primary rule was the most sacred: never interfere. Nature, in all its beauty and brutality, had to run its course. One season, a particularly vicious storm tore through the reserve, snapping branches and flooding the lowlands. The following morning, as Raymond surveyed the damage, he heard a sound, a faint, pathetic cry almost lost in the wind. He followed the sound to a thicket of low green grass, and there, huddled against a fallen log, was a tiny lion cub. It was shivering, alone, and badly injured. A deep, angry gash ran along its hind leg, and it was clear the cub had been abandoned by its pride, left for dead. Every ounce of Raymond's training, every rule he had lived by, screamed at him to walk away. This was nature's way, but as he looked into the cub's terrified eyes, he didn't see a predator. He saw a life in the balance. In that moment, his warden's code was overruled by a simple, profound wave of compassion. He gently wrapped the trembling lion cub in his jacket, his movements slow and deliberate, and carried him back to the small house that was his sanctuary. The healing process was a testament to patience. For weeks, Raymond became a nurse. He meticulously cleaned the wound, his weathered hands surprisingly gentle. He fed the weak lion cub with a bottle of milk, whispering to it in a low, calming voice, not as a pet, but as one living being comforting another. He slept in a chair beside the small, warm enclosure he had built, waking at every whimper. Slowly, miraculously, the cub's fear began to recede, replaced by a tentative, instinctual trust. Raymond's quiet, lonely world now had a second heartbeat within it. If you've ever felt a deep connection with an animal, let us know what kind in the comments below. But saving a life is one thing. Building a bond that could survive the powerful call of the wild was another challenge entirely. And as the cub grew into a strong young predator, an impossible choice loomed on the horizon. He had to set him free to become the king he was born to be. The question was, would the lion ever remember the man who saved him? The weeks turned into months, and the small, fragile lion cub transformed. The lanky frame filled out with muscle. The playful pounces now carried a formidable weight, and the soft mewling deepened into the beginnings of a guttural roar. He was becoming what nature had intended, a magnificent young lion. Raymond watched this transformation with a mixture of pride and a growing ache in his chest. He had not tamed the lion, he had merely been its guardian, and his duty as a guardian was coming to an end. The day of the release arrived with the cool, crisp air of dawn. Raymond walked to the enclosure and simply opened the gate. There was no grand ceremony, no emotional farewell. They just looked at each other for a long moment, a silent exchange between man and beast that held the weight of their shared history. The lion took a step out, then hesitated, looking back at Raymond one last time before turning and melting into the acacia forest. The silence he left behind was deafening. Raymond's home, once filled with a quiet purpose, felt empty again. Days bled into weeks. Raymond continued his patrols, his eyes always scanning the horizon for a familiar shape. He would sometimes catch a glimpse of the powerful young lion from a distance, hunting with a confidence that made Raymond's heart swell with pride. But a part of him wondered, was that it? Was a connection they shared just a fleeting product of circumstance? Then one morning it happened. Raymond stepped onto his porch with his morning coffee and froze. There, at the edge of the clearing, sitting with a calm dignity, was the lion. He wasn't hungry or hurt. He was simply watching the house. After an hour, he stood up and disappeared back into the wild. This was the beginning of a new, unspoken ritual. Every few months, the lion would return for his silent visit, a pilgrimage that defied all logic. Scientists might speak of associative memory in complex mammals. For this lion, Raymond's home wasn't just a place. It was a neurological anchor point hardwired in its brain with safety and comfort. But for Raymond, it was simpler. It was proof. It was a promise kept. Hit that like button if you believe some bonds are truly unbreakable. These silent visits became a sacred rhythm, a thread of loyalty connecting two separate worlds. But this thread was about to be tested in the most profound way possible, as the shadow of time began to fall not on the lion, but on the man. How could an animal, miles away in the wilderness, sense that the man who saved him was now the one who needed saving? Years passed in this peaceful rhythm. But time is impartial. Raymond, the steady man of the forest, began to feel its weight. A persistent fatigue led to a doctor's visit, which led to a diagnosis that felt as harsh and unforgiving as the wild itself. Terminal cancer. The doctors offered treatments, hospitals, and sterile rooms in a city far away. Raymond politely refused. He would not spend his final days surrounded by beeping machines. He would end his story where it had been most meaningful, in his small home, surrounded by the sights and sounds of the acacia forest. As Raymond's health declined, something remarkable began to happen. Miles away, the lion grew restless. Other sanctuary staff noticed the change. This confident, dominant predator began to appear frequently at the reserve's boundaries, pacing with a low, troubled rumble in his chest. It wasn't a roar of aggression, but of anxiety, of confusion. He was being pulled by an invisible thread, a primal intuition that something was wrong with the man who was the sole anchor of his past. One of Raymond's younger colleagues, a man who had heard the story of the rescued cub, saw the lion's vigil and understood. He looked from the agitated king of the forest to the fading light in Raymond's window. An unspoken communication was taking place across the species divide. This brings us back to our first moments. Knowing the end was near, the colleague gently helped the frail, weak Raymond from his bed into a chair and moved him to the fence line. The lion, seeing him, immediately walked forward, his anxious pacing ceasing. He lay down by the fence, his big, amber eyes fixed on the man. In a final act of profound connection, Raymond, barely conscious, summoned his last ounce of strength. He reached a trembling hand through the wire. The lion leaned forward, not with the power of a predator, but with the gentleness of a friend, and nudged his massive head against Raymond's fingers. A lifetime of unspoken friendship, of gratitude and love, passed in that final touch. Raymond took one last, peaceful breath, his duty done, his friend by his side. Share this video with someone who needs to see a story of true loyalty. In that final touch, a circle was completed, but the story doesn't end with a final breath. The most unbelievable chapter was yet to come, revealing the true, enduring depth of a promise made in silence. A life had ended, but the love remained, and the lion would now prove it in the most astonishing way imaginable. Raymond was buried as he had lived, simply and in harmony with nature. There was no marble headstone, just a small, respectful grave marked by a pile of stones under a sprawling acacia tree. It was near the very spot where, so many years ago, he had knelt down and made the choice to save a life. The rains came and went, the seasons turned, and the daily life of the sanctuary continued. The rangers assumed the lion's strange visits to the fence would now cease. His reason for coming was gone. Several months later, a ranger on patrol saw him. The lion was back. But he wasn't at the fence line, nor was he near the house. He had walked with purpose through the tall grass directly to Raymond's grave. There he lay down, his massive body curled beside the mound of earth, a silent, powerful guardian keeping watch. He stayed for hours before melting back into the wilderness at dusk. This was his new ritual. His pilgrimage was not to the place where he was fed or sheltered, but to the final resting place of his friend. This story forces us to ask, what is the nature of loyalty, of love? Are they merely human concepts, defined by our complex languages and societies? Or are they part of a universal language, spoken not with words, but with unwavering presence, with acts of kindness, and with faithful vigils kept over a friend's memory? The lion's final act was his greatest communication. It was a testament that their bond was never about dependency. It was about a connection of souls. He teaches us that the greatest bonds are not defined by what is said, but simply by being there. This story is a powerful reminder that an act of kindness can create echoes that last forever. If you are moved by this incredible bond of friendship, make sure you subscribe and click the notification bell. Our next video explores another unbelievable story of animal intuition that will challenge everything you think you know. See you there. An old, exhausted lion is in the deadly grip of a giant African rock python. Its powerful, patterned coils, like living bands of steel, are wrapped tight around his chest, squeezing the very life from his lungs with each passing moment. The once mighty king, his amber eyes now clouded with a weary resignation, lies limp on a patch of low green grass. The dust of the acacia woodland powders his golden mane, a crown now heavy with defeat. He has fought, But his strength, long sapped by hunger and solitude, has failed him. He lets out one last, shallow breath, seemingly surrendering to the inevitable. But he is not alone. From the dappled shade of a massive, ancient acacia tree, four immense figures emerge. They are silverback gorillas, mountains of black fur and silent power. They stop a short distance away, their dark, intelligent eyes fixed on the grim spectacle. They stand motionless, a silent jury observing the last moments of a fallen monarch. The air is thick with tension, a silent question hanging over the savannah. In the unforgiving theater of the wild, what happens when one apex creature's demise is witnessed by another? Will they simply watch, indifferent to the struggle, or are they about to do something that will challenge everything we thought we knew about the animal kingdom? To truly grasp the tragedy unfolding in this sun-drenched clearing, we must turn back the clock just a few weeks. This was not just any lion. This was a king, a magnificent male in the twilight of his reign, who had commanded a thriving pride with a mixture of strength and experience. His thunderous roar once echoed for miles, a declaration of his dominance. But in the wild, time is a relentless challenger. Younger, stronger rivals emerged, and his grip on power began to slip. The final blow came not in a battle for dominance, but during a hunt. Driven by the pride's growing hunger, he led a chase, but his aging muscles betrayed him at the critical moment. The prey escaped, and with it, his last shred of authority. The pride's laws are absolute, written in instinct and survival. A leader who cannot provide is no longer a leader. He was driven out, forced into a lonely exile. For weeks, he wandered, a ghost haunting the edges of his former territory. The gnawing ache of hunger became his constant companion. He grew gaunt and weak, his once proud roar reduced to a hoarse whisper. It was this desperation that led him into the dense acacia woodland, far from the open plains he knew so well. This was a different world, a place of shadows and ambush, the perfect hunting ground for a predator like the African rock python. This colossal reptile, a master of patience, had likely been lying in wait for hours, perfectly camouflaged. When the weakened lion passed, it struck with blinding speed. It doesn't kill with venom. It kills with constriction, an inescapable pressure that suffocates its victim and cuts off blood flow to the brain. For the old lion, it was a silent, suffocating end, unseen by the animals. Another observer watched from a distance. Ranger Kalen, a man who had dedicated his life to this land, was on a routine patrol. He saw the struggle through his binoculars, his heart heavy, his training, his years of experience, and the strict protocols of conservation dictated a painful rule: do not interfere. He was there to observe, to document, to protect the ecosystem, not to save a single animal from the natural cycle of life and death. It was a brutal, necessary neutrality, but the arrival of the gorillas changed everything. Kalen lowered his binoculars, his brow furrowed. This was an anomaly. Lions and gorillas inhabit overlapping territories, but they rarely interact. For a troop of 4 silverbacks to approach a scene like this was not just unusual. It was unheard of. He raised his camera, his finger hovering over the record button, sensing that he was about to witness something extraordinary. The 4 gorillas stood like statues, their presence a heavy weight in the tense air. Ranger Kalen held his breath, expecting them to eventually lose interest and move on. The law of the jungle is, after all, to mind one's own survival. But then, the largest of the 4, a magnificent silverback with a mantle of gleaming gray fur, did the unthinkable. He took a deliberate step forward, breaking from the line of his brothers. The other 3 remained behind, their expressions unreadable, watching their leader's every move. The python, focused on its final squeeze, seemed not to notice the approaching giant. The silverback moved with a surprising delicacy for a creature of such immense power. He circled the entangled pair, his deep-set eyes analyzing the situation. Then he reached out with a massive hand, the fingers as thick as branches, and took hold of the python's thick body. He pulled. It was a test of strength against strength. The gorilla's raw, explosive power versus the snake's relentless, constricting muscle. The python's coils were like a living hawser, refusing to yield. The gorilla grunted with effort, his muscles bunching under his dark fur. He repositioned his grip, digging his feet into the dusty earth for leverage, and pulled again. This time, a small section of the coil loosened slightly from the lion's chest. He worked methodically, his focus absolute. He seemed to understand that a direct assault might be futile. Instead, he was trying to pry, to unravel the deadly knot. The struggle was immense. The sheer effort began to take its toll, his deep breaths now coming in ragged gasps. For a long, tense moment, he paused, sitting back on his haunches to recover his strength. It was a fatal hesitation. The python, sensing a shift in pressure and identifying this new aggressor, reacted with reptilian speed. Its head, which had been resting near the lion's mane, whipped around. It ignored the nearly dead lion and lunged directly at the gorilla, its jaws open, aiming to ensnare its would-be rescuer in the very same deadly embrace. Kalen's heart leaped into his throat. The brave hero was now the intended victim. The python's attack was a grave miscalculation. It had not threatened just one gorilla. It had threatened the leader of the troop. And in the world of gorillas, an attack on the leader is an attack on the family. The instant the snake lunged, the passive observation of the other three silverbacks ended. The quiet clearing exploded into a symphony of primal fury. A chorus of deep, guttural roars ripped through the air, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground. They didn't hesitate for a second. As one, they charged forward, a terrifying whirlwind of black fur and righteous anger. This was not a rescue attempt anymore. It was a declaration of war. They converged on the python from all sides. One gorilla grabbed the snake's tail, pulling it with all his might. Another began beating the ground beside the python's head with his massive, cupped hands, creating thunderous claps that echoed through the trees. The third joined his leader, prying and tearing at the coils with a coordinated ferocity. The scene was one of controlled chaos. Their bond, forged over years of living together, was on full display. A silverback's primary duty is the protection of his family, and that protective instinct was now fully unleashed. They were a single, cohesive unit driven by one goal: neutralize the threat to their kin. The python, a creature accustomed to being the ultimate predator, was completely overwhelmed. It was now facing nearly 2,000 pounds of enraged silverback. Its attack forgotten, its constriction on the lion broken. Its only instinct was survival. With a final, desperate thrash, it unraveled itself and made a panicked retreat, slithering rapidly into the safety of the dense undergrowth. The gorillas didn't give chase. Instead, they stood their ground, chests puffed out, roaring into the forest until the last rustle of the snake had faded. Then, silence fell once more. They stood panting, masters of the clearing. At their feet, the old lion lay motionless, free from the python's grip but still unconscious, his shallow breaths the only sign he was still alive. As the adrenaline of the conflict subsided, the four gorillas stood for a moment over the lion, their powerful chests heaving. They had won. They had defended their own. And in doing so, they had saved a rival predator. Ranger Kalen watched, utterly mesmerized. He knew this was the moment. The unwritten rule of non-interference had just been spectacularly rewritten by the animals themselves. It was now his turn to step in. He slowly emerged from his hiding spot, making sure his movements were calm and non-threatening. The gorillas turned their heads towards him. There was no aggression in their eyes, only a quiet, weary intelligence. They watched him for a long moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between man and ape, before they slowly turned and retreated into the shade of the acacia trees, their duty done. Kalen rushed to the lion's side, his professional training taking over. He knelt in the grass, his heart pounding not from fear, but from the awe of what he had just witnessed. The lion's breathing was faint, and deep lacerations marked its body where it had struggled against the python. Kalen immediately got on his radio, his voice steady, but filled with an unshakable urgency as he called for the veterinary response team. While he waited, he opened his medical kit. With a gentle hand, he began cleaning the wounds, disinfecting them to prevent infection. It was a surreal and powerful image, a human caregiver tending to an apex predator, made possible only by the intervention of another. The story of the old lion did not end in that clearing. The rescue team arrived, and he was carefully sedated and transported to a rehabilitation center. There, he received the care he needed to heal. But the true story, the one that would stay with Ranger Kalen forever, was not just about survival. It was about the inexplicable act of compassion he had witnessed. It challenged the simple, brutal narratives we often tell ourselves about the wild. It was a profound reminder that the world is filled with complex, emotional lives and connections that we are only just beginning to appreciate. This was more than nature's drama. It was a testament to the fact that empathy is not a uniquely human trait. Stories like these are precious. They show us a world more intricate and interconnected than we ever imagined. The old lion was given a second chance at life, thanks to the most unlikely of heroes. If you are moved by this incredible display of courage and compassion, and if you believe in the power of these connections to restore our faith in the world, please subscribe to our channel. Join our community as we continue to explore the moments that reveal the profound and beautiful soul of the wild.
Lions are large predators from the cat family, found mainly in Africa. Known as the king of the jungle, lions stand out with their powerful build, iconic manes on males, and rare social behavior. They hunt large hoofed animals and are famous for teamwork, bravery, and strong pride loyalty. But what happens when they pick the wrong fight? This video takes you into some of the wildest and most unexpected lion battles in nature, where the hunter can suddenly become the hunted. Get ready for a raw dive into the wild, where power and brutality rule. Rhinos are large animals found in Africa and Asia, easily recognized by the prominent horn on their nose. They have thick skin, powerful bodies, and usually live alone. Though herbivores, rhinos are far from gentle when threatened. If they feel in danger, they can charge at surprising speed and use their horn as a deadly weapon. Even lions, the top predators of the savannah, aren't off limits as their enemies. A rhino suddenly enters lion territory, putting the entire pride on high alert. They quickly surround the intruder, but the rhino shows no fear. With its sharp horn and solid stance, it's ready to fight. The lions try to approach from all sides, only to be met with fierce resistance. The rhino charges, forcing them to back off. Faced with a powerful opponent that won't back down, the pride eventually gives up the attack. lioness spots a rhino wandering into her territory. Despite knowing the size and danger of her opponent, she moves forward without hesitation. Low growls break the tense silence. At first, the rhino seems unfazed, but as the lioness closes in with unwavering eyes, its patience wears thin. After a few minutes of silent standoff, the rhino finally backs off, leaving the land to its true ruler. A pride of lions surrounds a rhino, determined to drive the intruder out of their territory. They know the rhino is no easy opponent with thick skin and immense strength, but they don't back down. This isn't just a fight over food, it's a showdown between two of the most powerful animals on the savanna, battling for dominance and space. Crocodiles aren't just a surprise threat, they're true rivals to lions. Both are top predators in their own territory and often cross paths near rivers or watering holes where they hunt. While lions dominate on land, the moment they step into the water, the advantage shifts. That's when the crocodile, silent, deadly, and built for ambush, becomes a danger no lion can ignore. What happens next is a rare sight caught on camera. A lion trying to cross the river is suddenly attacked by a crocodile. But this time, luck is on the lion's side. In a split-second fight for survival, it breaks free and races toward the shore. Escaping death by inches, the predator watches from the water, defeated and disappointed. By the quiet riverside, a pride of lions tears into a hippo carcass, breaking the silence with low growls and the sound of ripping flesh. In the distance, ripples begin to stir on the water, a sign that something is coming. A massive crocodile crawls onto the shore, its cold eyes locked on steady meat. And the risk of facing lions, but moves forward anyway. The ground seems to shake. The crocodile freezes, then quickly turns back, surrendering the feast to the rulers of the land. Under the scorching midday sun, a pride of lions carefully makes its way across the river, heading toward new hunting grounds. They move slowly, alert to the danger beneath the surface where crocodiles often lurk. In the past, their caution kept them safe. But this time, fate had other plans. As the pride wades through the shallow water, a massive crocodile suddenly bursts from the riverbed, targeting the last lion in line. It all happens in a flash. Splashing water, roaring cries, and chaos spreading across the river. Two lions risk crossing the river in search of food, fully aware of the dangers lurking below. As they reach the middle, the water suddenly erupts. A massive crocodile bursts from the murky depths, jaws wide open, launching a surprise attack. One lion quickly turns to fight back, roaring and slashing with its claws. The underwater clash intensifies as the crocodile tries its signature death roll to bring the lion down. The lion struggles to stay upright, refusing to be dragged under. In the end, both lions manage to escape and reach the shore safely. The crocodile slips back into the water, leaving behind a silent warning for next time. Wildebeests are herbivores that live in large herds across the African savanna. They stand out with their curved horns and impressive speed. Always alert and united, they often rely on each other to avoid predators. But when one gets separated from the group, it becomes an easy target for lions, skilled hunters known for their stealth and teamwork during ambush attacks. A lion silently trails a wildebeest that's been separated from the herd. It moves without a sound, patient as a shadow, waiting for the slightest mistake. The moment the prey drops its guard, the lion strikes with precision. Its sharp jaws clamp down on the wildebeest's neck, leaving no chance to fight back. Despite a desperate struggle, the wildebeest collapses quickly, becoming a rich reward for the pride waiting nearby. As the lion pride closes in, the wildebeest herd reacts fiercely, trying to push back the predators. But the power difference is too great. Panic quickly spreads and the herd scatters in all directions. In the chaos, one slower wildebeest is caught and taken down. With a single bite to a vital spot, the hunt ends and the prey has no chance of survival. By the river, a herd of wildebeest cautiously makes its way across the dangerous waters. Not far away, lions lie hidden in the tall grass, watching every move. They wait patiently for a mistake. When a few calves fall behind, the moment arrives. One lion bursts forward like lightning and grabs a young wildebeest in seconds. Despite the prey's desperate struggle, it has no chance of escaping the predator's grip. Zebras are herbivores that live in the grasslands and savannas of Africa, known for their black and white stripes. They stay in herds to protect each other from predators like lions, leopards, and wild dogs. Fast and agile, zebras can often escape attacks. Lions are among the most dangerous predators. They live in prides and hunt in groups, with lionesses doing most of the hunting while males guard the territory. To take down a zebra, lions must act fast, strike by surprise, and work together with perfect coordination. A lioness lies hidden in the tall grass, her cold eyes locked on a herd of grazing zebras. When the distance closes to just a few dozen meters, she explodes forward like a bolt of lightning, targeting a zebra on the edge of the group. Chaos erupts. Hooves thunder as the herd scatters in panic. The chosen zebra fights back fiercely, locked in a tense struggle with the lioness. She tries to pin it down with all her strength, but the zebra won't give in. With a powerful kick to her chest, it breaks free and bolts. The lioness is left standing, out of breath, watching her prize escape. The pride of lions quietly trails a herd of zebras, watching and waiting. They soon spot a young zebra lagging behind. Seizing the moment, the lions charge all at once. The foal bolts in panic, running for its life. But after just a few well-aimed strikes, it's brought down in the middle of the plains. In seconds, the young zebra becomes a bloody feast for the hungry pride. A young zebra, separated from its herd, lowers its head to drink by the river, unaware of the danger creeping up behind. The lion silently stalks closer, closing the gap with each step. In an instant, the lion charges like a storm. The zebra foal kicks and struggles in panic, but it's too weak to escape. It's quickly overpowered and becomes a helpless meal for the hungry pride. A lone zebra foal catches the attention of a lion pride. They quietly stalk it, waiting for the right moment. Once close enough, the entire pride charges at the small target. The foal panics and runs, but it never stands a chance. Sharp claws and powerful jaws strike from all sides, quickly bringing it down. In seconds, the young zebra becomes a full meal for the hunters of the unforgiving savanna. Zebra that gets separated from the herd becomes an easy target for a pack of hungry lions. They quietly move in, tightening the circle without the zebra noticing. Then, all at once, the lions charge from every direction. The zebra has no time to react. In seconds, it's taken down by claws and fangs, ending a brutal chase on the unforgiving savanna. We just witnessed some unbelievable lion attacks. If you love wild animal stories and want to see more intense survival battles, hit like, share, and subscribe so you don't miss any of our upcoming nature adventures. The howler monkey, one of the most prominent primates in Africa, is a symbol of strength and remarkable social behavior in the wild. With a robust build, a body length ranging from 50 to 115 centimeters, and a weight between 14 and 40 kilograms, they command attention. Notably, their face resembling a dog's head makes them easily recognizable, an unforgettable and striking image. Living in large troops that can number in the hundreds, howler monkeys maintain a strict social hierarchy. Each individual has its own role, from hunting coordination to territorial defense, creating a powerful and united community. In the challenging wild howler, monkeys are not only strong warriors but also serve as an excellent example of cooperation and social organization in nature. Get ready, as the upcoming footage will immerse you in the fierce world of hunting in the wild. From tense stalking to powerful strikes, you'll witness spectacular moments that you might never have imagined. The bison, one of the great wild symbols of North America, is not only a powerful creature but also deeply intertwined with mysterious historical tales. With its massive body weighing up to 900 kg, the bison is the largest wild animal in North America. Its thick coat, particularly around the shoulders and neck, helps it survive the harsh winters of the vast grasslands. The strong curved horns, sometimes reaching up to a meter in length, add to its majestic and impressive appearance. Bison live in herds, moving freely across endless fields where they graze and help maintain the balance of the ecosystem. Their migrations are not just a search for food, but an essential part of preserving the natural environment, contributing to the biodiversity of the grasslands. The sight of a bison herd leisurely grazing in the wind across vast prairies stands as a symbol of freedom, strength, and resilience. Mature males in many animal species often engage in battles to gain leadership and control of the herd. Protecting territory and the herd not only helps maintain order within the group, but also shields females and young from predators or invasive species. During the breeding season, males tend to fight one another for the right to mate with females. These battles are not just a competition of strength, but also reflect the reproductive ability and health of the individuals, contributing to the species' development and survival. Howler monkeys are renowned for their strong and unyielding territorial defense. They have a clear sense of territorial protection, always ready to confront any intruder to safeguard their troop. This trait is one of the key factors that helps them survive in a dangerous natural environment. In howler monkey society, the dominant male plays a crucial role, not only as the leader but also as the protector of the territory. He is the head of the group, responsible for guiding the troop and making important decisions to shield them from any threats. Howler monkeys are also known for their fierce territorial defense behavior. Despite facing formidable threats like cheetahs or lions, these monkeys always display unity and unwavering determination in protecting their territory. They work together to attack or disturb the predator, creating a solid defensive front that ensures the safety of the entire troop. This unity and determination are the keys to howler monkeys' survival in the harsh natural world. Wolves are pack hunters, with each individual playing a vital role in locating and attacking prey. The pack typically targets weaker animals such as bison, calves, or those that are injured or elderly, as they are easier to take down. However, wolves rarely attack strong adult bison because these bison can fiercely defend themselves, posing a significant danger to the predators. This demonstrates the intelligence and strategic thinking of the wolf pack as they choose easier targets to ensure their own safety. In the cold, snow-covered forests, a dramatic hunt unfolds. A pack of wolves, with their precise coordination and skilled tactics, begins to surround a massive herd of bison. The powerful bison, with their thick coats and impressive strength, seem invulnerable. But wolves never choose easy prey. They target the weak, the elderly, or the young, bison that cannot defend themselves. As the snow falls heavily, the wolf pack operates like a well-trained army. Each wolf plays a vital role in the attack, sneaking, luring, and striking at the bison's weakest points. While adult bison can fiercely resist, the combination of strength and intelligence from the pack still makes this hunt a relentless battle where only the strongest will survive. This scene not only highlights survival in the wild, but also serves as a testament to the wolves' masterful hunting strategies in such a harsh environment. In a tense and fierce confrontation, the moment a cheetah accidentally intrudes on the howler monkey's territory, a battle ensues. Although the cheetah is a swift and powerful predator, the howler monkeys show no fear. Instantly, the troop reacts aggressively, surrounding the cheetah from all sides. They relentlessly attack, forming a solid barrier and leaving the cheetah with no escape. In this situation, the determination and unity of the howler monkeys are undeniable. Despite the looming danger, they stand their ground. Each member of the troop plays a specific role, working together seamlessly to protect their territory and their family. In the end, the cheetah cannot withstand the fierce assault and is forced to retreat, leaving behind a victory for the howler monkeys, warriors who never give up when defending their loved ones. Bears with their superior strength can attack weak bison calves for food. However, when faced with adult bison, they encounter a formidable opponent. Adult bison can counterattack fiercely, using their strength and sharp horns to protect themselves. When threatened, these bison don't hesitate to fight to defend their territory and safeguard their lives, making bears think carefully before attacking. Yet when confronting adult bison or bison bulls, bears face tough adversaries. With sharp horns and powerful muscles, adult bison and bison bulls can retaliate forcefully when threatened. In Yellowstone Park, a dramatic battle unfolds between a bear and an adult bison. The bear, with its superior strength, charges at the massive bison, but the bison is not easily brought down. With sharp horns and powerful muscles, the bison strikes back, forcefully pushing the bear into a defensive position. Both fight fiercely, with every move being a battle for survival. This contest is not just a test of strength, but a showcase of the bravery and resilience that define the wild nature. At the base of Yellowstone's mountains, a dramatic battle erupts between an adult bison and a bear. As the bear charges in to attack, the bison shows no fear. Using its superior strength and sharp horns, the bison pushes the predator back, striking the bear with powerful headbutts. The two clash in a fierce confrontation where the bison's bravery and the bear's strength create a tense showdown. The bear eventually retreats, but the bison doesn't let its prey escape easily, and the chase continues relentlessly with no end in sight. When lions hunt, they are fearsome and tactical predators, and the howler monkey is no exception on their list of prey. Although howler monkeys are strong and highly social, they cannot match the strength and speed of an adult lion. When lions spot a troop of howler monkeys, they often lie in wait, choosing the perfect moment to strike. With their superior speed and strength, lions target the weaker or slower individuals in the group. The howler monkeys try to react quickly to protect themselves, but they can't escape the agility and power of these predators. In a hunt, the lion may encircle and capture a howler monkey, leaving it no chance to escape. In the wild, bison battles are intense and dramatic, showcasing not only strength, but also a struggle for power and dominance within the herd. Each fight is a fierce challenge where two mature bison with their massive bodies and impressive horns charge at each other with relentless determination. In these battles, endurance and persistence are the deciding factors. While a bison may appear strong in the early moments, only those with the ability to maintain their energy and skill can achieve victory. The victorious bison becomes the leader of the herd, entrusted with the responsibility of leading and protecting the group, while the defeated one must retreat, seeking another opportunity to rebuild its strength and prove itself in future battles. the sight of a battle between two bison is not just a confrontation between two warriors, but also a symbol of survival in the wild. Each fight is a test of not only physical strength, but also of spirit, courage, and strategic ability. These battles, though brutal, are an essential part of the bison's survival cycle, where only strength and perseverance allow them to maintain their place in the wild. The tiger, one of the most powerful and agile solitary hunters in the animal kingdom, presents a formidable threat to the howler monkey. With the ability to leap up to 10 meters and strike with immense force, the tiger easily becomes a deadly predator to any animal, including the howler monkey. In a tense confrontation, a tiger lies in wait for a troop of howler monkeys, which find themselves trapped on a rocky cliff. With incredible strength and speed, the tiger charges to attack, but the howler monkeys show no fear. They react quickly, using their agility and teamwork to dodge the deadly strikes. It's an impressive victory for their resilience and survival instincts. Bison, the mighty symbol of North America's wild nature, once stood on the brink of extinction in the 19th century due to brutal hunting and habitat destruction. Over the past century, conservation efforts have helped their numbers recover, but they still face numerous challenges. Their natural habitats continue to shrink, and the invasion of non-native species forces bison to compete fiercely for survival. While their population has improved, fewer than 30,000 bison now live freely in wildlife reserves, with the remainder mostly residing on farms or in fenced areas. Despite the recovery of bison populations due to conservation efforts, they still face numerous challenges such as habitat loss and the invasion of non-native species. Protected areas like Yellowstone allow them to roam freely, while health protection and research programs help maintain their strength. Protecting bison is not only about preserving this iconic species, but also about safeguarding the resilience of the wild nature they inhabit. Crocodiles are large reptiles primarily found in freshwater and brackish habitats. They have long bodies, tough scales, and sharp teeth that make them effective predators. Crocodiles are carnivorous, feeding on fish, birds, and mammals. They have excellent camouflage abilities and often ambush their prey from beneath the water. As powerful hunters, crocodiles can live long lives and thrive in tropical environments. Baboons typically inhabit forested areas and grasslands near water sources. When they approach rivers, lakes, or swamps in search of water or food, crocodiles can lie in wait and strike. Crocodiles have the ability to remain hidden underwater and launch an unexpected attack using their strength and sharp teeth to capture their prey. However, baboons are usually very cautious and can avoid danger if they spot the crocodile from a distance. Helpless, the baboon could only look back at its comrades on the shore with a... Crocodiles attack baboons when they approach the water's edge where crocodiles reside. The crocodiles have the ability to hide underwater and strike unexpectedly using their strength and sharp teeth to capture their prey. Crocodiles are fearsome predators, lurking in the shadows beneath the water, waiting for the unsuspecting moment when prey comes too close. When a baboon approaches the water's edge, it can easily become the target of a crocodile. With incredible speed and power, the crocodile bursts out of the water, attacking in the blink of an eye, using its razor-sharp teeth to latch onto its prey. Although baboons are typically very cautious and avoid dangerous areas if they get trapped near the water, there's no escaping the predator's relentless pursuit. In the dense darkness of jungles and swamps, a predator without fangs or claws strikes fear into the entire forest. It's the python, nature's silent killer. No chasing, no tearing, just one powerful squeeze is enough to end prey many times its size. With a length over 6 meters and unimaginable muscle strength, this giant reptile embodies patience and death. But what happens when it picks the wrong target? This video takes you into the strangest and most unexpected battles of the python in the wild, where the hunter can suddenly become the hunted. Get ready to be pulled into the wild world where power and brutality reign. The crocodile, a silent ambusher beneath the water's surface, is feared for its steel trap bite and lightning-fast attacks, haunting the wild. But hidden deep in the thick swamps, another force spreads just as much terror: the giant python. Without claws or sharp fangs, it uses raw muscle power to squeeze the life out of its prey, leaving no chance of survival. When two apex predators share the same territory, any encounter can explode into a life or math battle, where only one gets to crawl out of the swamp alive. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, a deadly battle is quietly unfolding. A giant python silently approaches, aiming to unleash its crushing grip on a crocodile. But in an instant, the crocodile twists and snaps with a thunderous bite, clamping down on the python's body. With no time to react, the snake is dragged out of the water and violently thrashed in the crocodile's jaws. Each slam is a brutal punishment, leaving the python limp and helpless. The ambush has flipped. From predator to prey, the python quickly becomes the victim, and this time, it's the crocodile that ends the fight with unstoppable force. Just one moment of carelessness, and the young alligator falls into the hands of death. As it swims slowly near the shoreline, it has no idea that beneath the layer of fallen leaves and mud, a giant python lies silently in wait. Suddenly, the snake strikes, wrapping the small prey in a lightning-fast coil. One careless second, and the price is life, brutal but real in the wild. A rare showdown erupts beneath the murky water as a giant python suddenly lunges, clamping down on the crocodile's snout in a bold strike. Hit right at a weak spot, the crocodile reels from the blow, stunned and momentarily backing off. Moments later, the two entangle, thrashing violently in a swirl of splashing water. It's a tense clash between the python's raw muscle power and the crocodile's steel-trapped jaws. Every counterattack error in the wild, size and a fierce appearance don't always guarantee dominance. giant python proved that with a cold-blooded ambush. Silently slithering from the bushes, it suddenly wrapped itself around a young alligator that had wandered near the shore. Despite the gator's thick skin and sharp claws, the python held firm. A fierce struggle followed, but the snake's patience and tightening coils slowly drained the alligator's strength. Once the prey went still, the rest was just routine. The python opened its jaws wide and began swallowing the gator, bit by bit until the entire body disappeared into the predator's frame. Under the sunlight, all that remained was a swollen belly, a chilling reminder of a ruthless, swift, and haunting hunt. Here comes the scene of a young alligator wandering along the water's edge, when suddenly a giant python bursts out from the bushes. Without hesitation, the snake grabs the gator's body and drags it across the ground with force. Before the prey can react, the python coils its muscular body tightly around it, squeezing without mercy. The alligator thrashes in desperation, but its young strength is no match for the predator's crushing pressure. Within minutes, the struggle fades into silence. The gator's body goes completely still, and soon it begins to vanish into the python's widening jaws. A cold, swift, and ruthless end, just as nature intended in the harsh wild. A lightning-fast ambush breaks the still waters as a giant python lunges, clamping down on the crocodile's neck, a critical weak point for the reptile. Caught off guard, the crocodile lets out a painful roar, trying to bite back in panic. But the python is already one step ahead. In a flash, its muscular body coils tightly around the crocodile, each squeeze locking down movement even more. The struggle becomes suffocating and one-sided. Despite its famously powerful bite, the crocodile finds itself completely overpowered this time. Sensing life slipping away, it thrashes and retreats toward the shore in a desperate, weakened state. The clash ends swiftly, with victory going to the silent but powerful predator, the python, a cold-blooded symbol of strength in the wild. The capybara, also known as the water pig, is the largest rodent in the world and a symbol of calm in South America's wetlands. They live in large herds, often gathering along riverbanks or soaking in cool water to rest and relax. With their gentle nature, capybaras seem to coexist peacefully with most nearby animals. But in the wild, gentleness can sometimes be a weakness. Beneath the floating plants and muddy waters of the Amazon hides the anaconda, a silent hunter with terrifying patience. With its massive body, perfect camouflage, and immense strength, the anaconda sees these plump, peaceful rodents as ideal targets for lightning-fast, ruthless ambushes. And once caught in the crushing coils of this giant snake, calmness is no defense, only a tragic end in the harsh survival game of the jungle. In what seems like a peaceful river, a herd of capybaras cautiously crosses the water, unaware that a predator lurks just beneath their feet. From the still surface, a giant anaconda suddenly strikes like lightning, wrapping tightly around the last capybara in line. Panicked, the rodent thrashes, but the crushing grip feels like a steel vice, and every struggle only drains its strength faster. Without hesitation, the anaconda opens its jaws wide and slowly swallows its prey in the murky water. Once the meal is over, it sinks silently to the riverbed, leaving the water calm once again, as if nothing had happened. The rest of the herd scatters in fear, shaken by the sudden loss of one of their own. A brief moment, but enough to etch the fear of ever-present danger deep into the wildness. Hidden beneath the thick layer of water plants in the Amazon swamp, the anaconda waits silently, a killer in the shadows. Its cold eyes track every move of a group of capybaras grazing near the water's edge, completely unaware of the danger creeping closer. The water remains calm and silent. Only death is drawing near. Suddenly, the surface explodes. The giant snake bursts upward like an arrow, wrapping its muscular coils around an unlucky target. The capybara struggles weakly, but the crushing force makes resistance pointless. Once the prey lies still, the snake slowly opens its jaws and begins to swallow it whole, bit by bit, with no rush. We've just witnessed some unbelievable python attacks. If you enjoy thrilling stories from the wild and want to see more epic survival battles, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel so you won't miss a single moment of this amazing nature journey. The hippo is one of the largest land mammals on Earth, second only to elephants and rhinos. They live mainly in African rivers and lakes, spending most of their time in the water to stay cool and protect their sensitive skin. Though herbivores, hippos are famously aggressive. But what happens when they pick the wrong opponent? This video takes you into some of the wildest, most unexpected hippo battles in nature, where predators can suddenly become prey. Get ready to dive into a world where power and brutality rule. The rhino is a powerful warrior of the savanna, with thick armor-like skin and a sharp horn used for defense in claiming territory. Though it may look slow, it becomes extremely dangerous when provoked. Like the hippo, the rhino's bulky appearance hides its explosive strength. When these two giants face off, it's not just a battle of brute force. In the quiet night, a hippo leaves the river to graze, while a rhino roams nearby in search of grass. On an open patch of land, the two giants suddenly cross paths. Heavy breaths fill the air. Knocked back, the startled hippo turns and flees, leaving the ground to its rival. On the riverbank, a hippo and a rhino unexpectedly cross paths. Both are massive and powerful. Instantly, another hippo charges forward, mouth wide open, growling fiercely as it rushes in. Lions are top predators, symbols of strength on the savanna. But when facing a hippo, the ruler of the rivers with massive jaws and fierce aggression, even lions must be cautious. Their clash isn't just a test of strength. Hippos mainly eat grass, and must leave the safety of the water to graze. Unfortunately, that's also when lions are out hunting. Spotting the hippo, the lion pride quickly closes in and attacks. Surrounded, the hippo opens its mouth wide in warning and fights back fiercely to break free. In the end, it manages to escape, retreating back to the river and away from the predator's claws. As the dry season hits and water grows scarce, animals are forced to compete for every remaining pool. A hungry lion pride approaches a river already claimed by a group of hippos. One bold male lion edges closer to the water's edge. Without hesitation, the massive hippo charges forward, driving the intruder away and defending its territory. The video captures a breathtaking river battle as an angry hippo drives a lion out of its territory. Seeing the lion off balance, the hippo delivers a powerful blow, making it stagger. Instantly, a crocodile seizes the chance, attacking the weakened lion and pushing it to the brink of death. But the hippo doesn't. It charges straight at the crocodile to defend its ground. Amid the chaos, the injured lion struggles to escape, limping away with serious wounds. Up next is the moment a brave hippo faces off against a fierce lion pride. Despite repeated attacks, the hippo stands its ground, fighting back without giving in. In the end, its sheer endurance wears the lions down. They are forced to retreat and give up. Crocodiles are some of the most feared ambush predators in the water. They are known for their crushing bite that can shatter bone. Yet despite their ferocity, crocodiles remain wary of hippos. Hippos are massive giants with huge jaws and aggressive temperaments. They are ready to attack anything that invades their territory. In the battle for river dominance, crocodiles and hippos are two powerful forces that make nature itself hold its breath. In the murky river, a young hippo carelessly strays from its herd. It falls into the sights of a group of lurking crocodiles. In an instant, the crocs strike, clamping onto the calf and dragging it underwater. Nearby, the adult hippos snarl angrily but can't save the young one in time. On the shore, a pride of lions silently watches. In the rushing river, a lone hippo is suddenly surrounded by a pack of crocodiles. Sharp-toothed jaws lunge from all sides, biting its legs, sides, and neck. The hippo roars furiously, thrashing and snapping its huge jaws in defense. But the sheer number of attackers is overwhelming. Slowly, its strength fades. It's dragged under, becoming a rare prize for the bloodthirsty crocodiles. A hippo calmly approaches the riverbank for a drink. It accidentally bumps into a hidden crocodile nearby. Startled, the crocodile thrashes and quickly slips away into the water, eager to escape the massive giant. The hippo glances briefly, then casually returns to drinking, unfazed by the fleeing predator. Zebras are herbivores known for their striking black and white stripes and strong herd instincts for protection. Though they seem gentle, their kicks are powerful enough to injure predators. When crossing rivers, zebras face dangers from lurking crocodiles or even hippos. While not predators, hippos are fiercely aggressive when their territory is threatened. Though hippos are herbivores and mainly graze on riverbank grasses, they sometimes eat meat. This happens especially under harsh conditions like drought, food shortages, or when they find animal carcasses. There have been recorded cases of hippos eating zebra remains. While rare, this behavior is real. Despite not being predators, hippos can become extremely aggressive and shift into scavenger mode. They may even drive off other animals to claim a carcass for themselves. A herd of zebras crosses a raging river during their brutal migration. It's a journey where even the smallest mistake can cost a life. As they struggle against the strong current, the first threat doesn't come from lurking crocodiles. It comes from an unexpected source, a hippo. Though not a predator, the aggressive hippo charges at a lone zebra that strayed too close. The violent attack sends the herd fleeing in panic. The unlucky zebra thrashes helplessly in the water. Within minutes, the scent of blood draws in crocodiles. Hyenas are clever, stubborn hunters of the savannah. They are known for their powerful jaws and tight pack coordination. While they often hunt grazers or steal kills from others, hyenas rarely dare to face a hippo head-on. The hippo is the giant of the river, famous for its aggression and readiness to attack anything that invades its territory. In the wild, even fierce predators like hyenas know to be cautious when crossing paths with a hippo. On the riverbank, a dying hippo lies gasping. It is drained from battle or heavy injuries. A pack of fierce hyenas quickly spots the chance and rushes in without hesitation. The hippo tries to use its last bit of strength. It opens its mouth and shakes its head to fight back, but its massive body is too weak. Within moments, the hyenas overwhelm it. They tear apart the giant and turn it into a bloody feast on the harsh savannah. A hippo follows a group of impalas onto land. Suddenly, it runs into a pack of wild dogs and hyenas lurking nearby. In an instant, both predator groups charge in, surrounding the hippo. Overwhelmed by their numbers, the hippo can't fight back. It can only growl, shake its head, and quickly retreat. It stumbles back toward the river for safety. A lone hippo wanders on the dry riverbank. It is unknowingly caught in the sights of a hungry pack of hyenas. With their stubborn nature and pack tactics, the hyenas take turns biting and tearing. They leave the hippo badly injured. Despite its efforts to fight back, the hippo weakens. It is unable to escape and eventually becomes a feast for the hyenas on the open savanna. Three hungry hyenas spot a lost baby hippo by the riverbank. With sharp eyes and eerie laughter, they rush in to attack. The baby hippo struggles, opening its mouth and shaking its head. But its small body stands no chance against the hyena's sharp teeth. In just moments, the baby is overpowered and becomes an easy meal for the pack. We just witnessed some unbelievable hippo attack moments. If you love exciting stories from the wild and want to see more life and death battles, don't forget to hit like, share, and subscribe so you never miss a video on this amazing nature journey. Crocodiles are top reptile predators, known for their razor-sharp teeth and incredibly powerful bite. They live in both freshwater and saltwater, often lurking just beneath the surface to ambush prey. With their excellent camouflage, crocodiles are true masters of surprise attacks. But what happens when they pick the wrong opponent? This video takes you into some of the wildest and most unexpected crocodile battles in the animal kingdom, where the hunter can suddenly become the hunted. Get ready to dive into the wild, where strength and brutality reign supreme. The jaguar, the silent predator of the jungle, is famous for its striking spotted coat, skull-crushing bite, and incredible strength for its size. The crocodile, on the other hand, is a master of ambush in the water, armed with knife-sharp teeth and a bone-crushing snap. When these two legendary hunters face off, it's not just a clash between land and water. It's a heart-pounding showdown between the jaguar's speed and cunning and the crocodile's cold, deadly power. The jaguar spots a crocodile sunbathing on the riverbank. Carefully, it creeps along the edge, silently swimming closer. Waiting for the perfect moment when the crocodile lets its guard down, the jaguar suddenly leaps, landing a powerful strike. The crocodile immediately fights back, thrashing its tail and snapping its jaws. But under the jaguar's overwhelming strength and deadly bite, it can't hold out for long and is quickly subdued. The jaguar silently moves along the riverbank, weaving through the thick grass, its sharp eyes fixed on the water, tracking the crocodile's every move. When the moment is right, it doesn't hesitate. It dives in, delivering a precise bite to the vulnerable spot just behind the crocodile's neck. Caught off guard, the crocodile has no time to strike back, managing only a few desperate thrashes before it's overpowered. The jaguar clamps down firmly, dragging the heavy crocodile onto shore, proving the fearsome strength of a top predator. The jaguar stands on the riverbank, its glowing yellow eyes locked onto a crocodile lounging carelessly in the water. Sensing the moment, the jaguar springs forward, sending up a spray of white water as it strikes. But the crocodile, driven by sharp survival instincts, senses the danger just in time. It thrashes hard and slips quickly back into the river, narrowly escaping the predator's ambush. The jaguar grips the crocodile's neck underwater, holding tight as the croc thrashes, but struggles to fight back. In a brief moment, the crocodile manages to break free, desperately twisting and thrashing to slip back into the water. But the jaguar doesn't miss a beat. It dives after, launching a fierce attack amid the white splashing water. Just seconds later, the crocodile is overpowered once again, exhausted and pinned as the jaguar clamps down and drags its heavy body onto the shore, proving its unmatched hunting dominance. The jaguar slips through the water, moving smoothly as it tracks the crocodile, its sharp eyes locked on the target. Just as the crocodile crawls onto shore, thinking it's safe, the jaguar bursts forward from behind. It launches a lightning-fast pounce that leaves the crocodile no time to fight back. Completely overpowered, the crocodile can only thrash weakly as the jaguar clamps down and drags it onto the riverbank, showcasing the jaguar's stunning hunting power. The tiger, known as the Lord of the Jungle, moves with silent steps, but carries the power of a top predator. Each strike is strong enough to bring down even the largest prey. Nearby, beneath the still water, The crocodile waits like an ambush monster, its cold eyes locked in, ready to launch a bone-crushing attack the moment its target slips up. When tiger and crocodile meet, it's not just an encounter between two legendary predators. It's a heart-pounding showdown of speed, strength, and killer instinct, where only one will walk away victorious. The tiger moves quietly through the water, each step careful as it searches for prey mid-river. Clamping its jaws tightly around the catch, it uses raw strength to drag the heavy carcass up onto the bank. Every movement is firm and commanding. Beneath the surface, the crocodile watches in silence, its cold yellow eyes betraying a hint of frustration as the prize slips out of reach. Though a master of ambush in the water, this time the crocodile is powerless. It is left to watch as the tiger claims victory and calmly walks away with its prize. A fierce tiger stands in the water, its sharp eyes locked on a group of 3 crocodiles silently closing in. At first, the tiger roars and swipes its claws, trying to intimidate them. But the crocodiles don't flinch. As the tiger lunges to attack, all 3 crocodiles thrash their tails and snap their razor-sharp jaws from every side. Overwhelmed in the churning, muddy water, the tiger has no time to defend itself and is quickly taken down. The fight ends with victory for the crocodiles, proving the overwhelming power of united underwater predators. The anaconda is the mysterious giant of South America's swamps, known for its massive body stretching dozens of feet. Its crushing strength is powerful enough to snap bones, and it can drown prey underwater. Even without venom, it ranks among the planet's most feared killers, silently ambushing and squeezing victims until they suffocate. The crocodile, on the other hand, is an ambush predator armed with razor-sharp teeth and a bone-crushing bite. The anaconda silently swims up from the river bottom, its massive body gliding smoothly through the water. Suddenly it comes face to face with a crocodile, lurking near the riverbank. Sensing danger, the anaconda quickly turns and retreats, slithering back toward the river. But the crocodile doesn't miss its chance. It lunges forward, thrashing its tail and sending water flying as it charges after the fleeing snake. On the damp riverbank, a massive anaconda slowly slithers forward when it suddenly spots a crocodile approaching. Both top predators freeze for a tense moment, locking eyes. The anaconda inches closer, flicking its tongue to sense the air. But as soon as it detects the threat from this formidable hunter, it quickly turns and retreats into the brush, avoiding a dangerous confrontation. Lions are among the most powerful predators on the savanna, known for their striking golden manes, muscular bodies, and the strength of the pride. They typically hunt in groups, working closely together to bring down large prey. But even as land's top predator, lions must stay alert to hidden dangers. When they approach riverbanks, they face crocodiles, ambush hunters lurking beneath the water. Armed with sudden strikes and razor-sharp teeth, crocodiles pose a real threat. Though they rule the land, lions must always be cautious near the water, where one quick move from a crocodile can turn the tables in an instant. At the lakeside, a deer carcass lies at the water's edge, drawing in both a large crocodile and a lion pride. The crocodile moves in first, clamping onto the body, but is quickly surrounded by the growling, snarling lions flashing their teeth in warning. Though powerful, the crocodile knows it can't take on a whole pride on land. After a few tense moments, it releases the deer and quietly slips back into the water, leaving the lions to claim the rest. A giant hippo carcass floats in the river, quickly drawing a hungry swarm of crocodiles, tearing into it. From the shore, a group of lions approaches, growling as they try to intimidate the crocs to steal the meat. A bold male lion charges into the water, heading straight for the crocodiles, hoping to drive them off. But the crocodiles stand their ground, thrashing their tails and snapping their jaws in warning. Realizing he's outmatched, the lion quickly gives up and retreats back to shore, leaving the crocodiles to continue their feast. Still in the muddy river, a brave lioness faces off against a crocodile. She tries to bite and claw at it, but the crocodile quickly thrashes its tail, sending up huge splashes and launches a fierce counterattack. Overwhelmed, she turns and flees, swimming hard back to shore, leaving the fight behind as the powerful river predator dominates the scene. A lion spots a crocodile lying still in the riverside grass, its rough back just barely visible. Cautiously, the lion swipes its paw at the croc's body to test its reaction. Startled, the crocodile jerks up and snaps its jaws in warning. But at that moment, the whole lion pride arrives, surrounding the crocodile from all sides and launching a coordinated attack. The crocodile thrashes its tail trying to fight back, but takes multiple bites and swipes. Luckily, it finds a gap and quickly scrambles back to the river, escaping at the last second. Wildebeests are herd-dwelling herbivores living on the African grassland. They migrate seasonally in search of fresh grass and water, often needing to cross rivers where crocodiles lie in wait. When crossing rivers, they become prime targets for crocodiles lurking below, ready to launch deadly ambush attacks. No matter their strength or speed on land, wildebeest are always at risk when stepping into the water. The wildebeest herd gathers at the riverbank, lowering their heads to drink after a long migration. Suddenly, one is ambushed. A crocodile lunges up, biting its neck and yanking it into the water. The splash and thrashing send the herd into a panic, scattering in all directions. But within seconds, more crocodiles surge in from across the river, teaming up to strike the unlucky wildebeest left behind. The herd of wildebeest crowds together, charging into the river, determined to push forward on their migration journey. But beneath the muddy surface, crocodiles lie in wait, perfectly positioned for this moment of chaos. As the wildebeest swim into the middle of the river, several are instantly attacked. Crocodiles lunge up, clamping onto their legs or necks, yanking them under. Splashes and desperate thrashing echo across the water as the unlucky wildebeest are dragged deep into the deadly current. The herd of wildebeest bravely crosses the river, each one reaching the shore safely amid splashing hooves and churning water. It seems like a perfect crossing until the very last wildebeest, just meters from land, is suddenly ambushed by a crocodile lunging from below, clamping hard onto its leg. Against the strong upstream current, the wildebeest struggles desperately. But the crocodile's power is too much. In just a brief moment of distraction, it's yanked down and disappears beneath the surface, becoming the sole victim in what seemed like the herd's flawless river crossing. A herd of wildebeest rushes to cross the river, but is suddenly ambushed by crocodiles. The crocs clamp onto the weakest ones, dragging them into the muddy water. Just as the crocodiles seem to have secured their catch, a massive hippo charges in from a distance. Ignoring the crocodile's haunt, the hippo opens its huge mouth and slams into the struggling wildebeest with overwhelming force. It seizes the carcass straight from the crocodile's jaws. Hippos are large mammals living mainly in African rivers and lakes. Even though they're herbivores, they are famously aggressive, with massive bodies, wide jaws, and sharp tusks. Despite their plant-based diet, they won't hesitate to attack intruders, even crocodiles. While crocodiles are fierce ambush predators in the water, they usually stay cautious or keep their distance when facing an adult hippo. A massive herd of hippos gathers by the riverbank, where a few crocodiles are sunbathing, trying to enter hippo territory. Instantly, the adult hippos open their mouths wide, bare their teeth, and let out loud, threatening roars. Without hesitation, the entire herd charges into the water, splashing and ramming toward the crocodiles. Overwhelmed by the hippo's sheer strength and numbers, the crocodiles are forced to retreat. They dive underwater and pull back from the hippo's area. A group of crocodiles accidentally swims into the territory of over 30 hippos. As soon as the adult hippos spot the intruders, they roar and charge into the water at incredible speed. Repeated hits from the massive herd leave the crocodile no chance to fight back. It's quickly overwhelmed and becomes a brutal feast for the hippos. We just saw some unbelievable crocodile attacks. If you love exciting wild animal stories and want to see more intense survival battles, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss a moment of this amazing wildlife journey.
Wildcats, nature's master predators. In the dry summer noon of the African grasslands, the sun hangs high in the sky, pouring scorching rays on the burnt golden fields. An old acacia tree stands still in the middle of a sea of grass, casting a meager shade on the cracked ground. On a tall branch that stretches out like a dry arm, a jaguar lies motionless. Its golden fur was covered with black rosettes, as if light and shadow were entwined, almost melting into the foliage. With piercing amber eyes, it surveyed the world below, unmoving, unhurried. The jaguar was a silent hunter, a solitary killer without the aid of a pack. It was strong and agile, able to climb trees like a cat, leap like a cheetah, and even drag prey twice its weight into the treetops, where no predator would dare touch it. At the base of the tree, a herd of impalas passed by, some stopping to listen warily, then lowering their heads to graze. In a moment of eerie silence, the jaguar's eyes contracted, its body pressed close to the tree trunk, its muscles taut like a string about to snap. Without a sound, it slid down from the branch like a falling shadow gliding through the tall grass. The wind was still. The grass did not stir. And then, in a moment of broken silence, it sprang forward like a wind, sweeping across the ground, straight for the youngest impala in the herd. The chase lasted only a few seconds. A perfect leap, a fatal bite to the neck. Silence returned. And in the blazing midday sun, the hunter disappeared with his prize, as silently as he had come, leaving behind only the dust that had not yet settled. The dust had not yet settled. The jaguar stood still over the carcass of the young impala. Breathing heavily, his body covered in sweat and grass. The blazing sun beat down mercilessly, but he still stood there alert. Not because he was afraid of anything, but because he knew the others were listening. The noise in the bushes was not the wind. It was a distinctive sound, a high-pitched, chilling giggle. A hyena. Bandits of the grasslands. From the distance, two, then three, then a whole pack of hyenas appeared, heads, bowed eyes, shining with undisguised greed. They were not as good hunters as the jaguars, but there were many of them and they knew no fear. The jaguars growled softly, crouched low, trying to drag the carcass back into the bushes. But it was too late. A leader of the hyenas charged forward growling, and seconds later, the whole pack pounced. The jaguar leapt back, eyes blazing with rage, but it knew it could not risk its life for a single meal. Once again, the best did not always win. In the wild, effort and intelligence were sometimes defeated by numbers and cruelty. The jaguar retreated silently into the bushes, leaving its torn prey behind. It did not roar, did not fight back. It just turned away and disappeared like its original shadow. Failure had no place in the wild. Every day without food is a day closer to death. And the leopard, who lives by patience and instinct, does not allow itself to stop. Footsteps echoed softly through the grass. Ahead, an impala grazed alone, away from the herd, far from any warning. One slip would be enough to make it a target. In the end, it won. Not because it was the strongest, but because it was the most patient. In a world where predators can also be prey, only persistence leads to survival. On the African savanna, prey is never truly one's own until it is protected from predators. The leopard knows this better than anyone else. It lowers its head, clamps its jaws on the impala's neck, gains momentum and begins to pull. There is no rush, only strength. Step by step, it drags its body, almost as heavy as itself, across the rough ground to the familiar old tree. The tree that was once its shelter, now its fortress. This is a strength that no predator has, the ability to turn a branch into a safe when no hyena can reach and no roar can intimidate it. Up here it is king, silent alone, but impregnable. The Tibetan Plateau, where the mountains rise up to the top of the snow-capped peaks, is a harsh but also vibrant world. The mountains rise into the vast space, surrounded by absolute silence. Only the whistling of the wind and the sound of falling snow. It is home to a mysterious and extremely talented animal in hunting, snow leopard. The snow leopard, Panthera onca, is a predator with a cold beauty and excellent adaptability to the harsh living environment in the high mountains. With a dense coat, mostly white-gray mixed with black, the snow leopard easily blends into the snow-covered environment, making it a perfect hunter. The high mountains and limestone are where this animal lives, and hunts with a diverse diet, including wild animals such as mountain goats, deer, rabbits, and sometimes yak, a large, strong, horned cattle that lives here. On a misty morning in the quiet space of the Tibetan mountain range, a snow leopard is hiding among large rocks. Its footsteps are almost silent. Its thick fur helps it blend into the surrounding landscape where the snow-capped peaks are hazy. The eyes of the snow leopard, like two bright gems, were intently watching its prey. A yak that was separated from the herd and was grazing on a wide grassland. The yak, with its thick fur and powerful horns, was not an easy prey for any predator. However, the snow leopard had keenly observed and noticed that this yak seemed weaker than the others in the herd. This was a rare opportunity, and the snow leopard could not miss it. The snow leopard moved closer each step, light and silent like a ghost. The cold of the fresh, cool, but treacherous air did not make the leopard falter. The distance between it and the yak gradually narrowed. The snow leopard's breathing became heavy, but it still maintained absolute stillness. When the distance was only a few meters, the yak suddenly turned around and looked straight at the snow leopard. The yak had recognized the presence of the predator. Immediately, the snow leopard rushed towards its prey, determined to make a lightning-fast pounce. Unfortunately, the yak was not frightened at all and reacted very quickly. The yak turned around and stretched out its powerful horns, pointing them at the snow leopard. The snow leopard managed to dodge the stab from its horn, but the distance between them was getting farther and farther. The yak was not only strong, but also very alert, and when the yak herd promptly turned back to protect the weak one, the snow leopard was forced to give up this hunt. Failing to hunt the yak, the snow leopard did not show any signs of discouragement. It knew that life here was a constant battle, and failure was just a part of the journey to survival. Even though it could not defeat the yak, the snow leopard still quietly left looking for another target. Unable to hunt the yak, it needed to switch to hunting easier prey, even though they were not as strong opponents as the yak. The snow leopard began to move, passing through the high peaks where the clouds were shrouded. Its eyes scanned the slopes and forests, searching for signs of other animals. Suddenly, a herd of mountain goats appeared in the distance. Mountain goats, creatures with thick and sharp fur, easily climbed the steep cliffs. This was the ideal prey for a predator like the snow leopard. The herd of mountain goats were grazing near the cliff, not noticing the presence of the snow leopard. The leopard moved lightly still, like a ghost, silently approaching the herd of goats. This was another opportunity, but this time the snow leopard did not make the same mistake as with the yak. It used the tactic of surprise attack, hiding in the crevices of the rocks, carefully observing each goat in the herd. When the snow leopard turned back, looking at the distant mountain peaks, it did not feel disappointed, despite its failure to kill the yak. Instead, this victory brought it satisfaction. A successful hunt is not only a victory of physical strength, but also the wisdom in choosing the target, knowing when to give up and when to move forward. The snow leopard continued its journey in this harsh world, where each victory was a confirmation of the strength and bravery of a great predator. As the afternoon wore on, the snow leopard slowly moved into the darkness of the mountains, once again becoming a ghost of the land of Tibet, continuing its relentless journey. Deep in the dense tropical rainforest, where sunlight can only penetrate through the towering canopy, there exists a powerful and mysterious creature that has become a living legend in the world of wild animals. That is the jaguar, the most powerful big cat in the rainforest. The jaguar is not just a predator, but a symbol of respect and power, a conqueror that nothing can stop. The jaguar possesses a majestic and fearsome appearance with a shiny golden coat dotted with characteristic large black spots, each spot forming an image like a beautiful painting in the natural world. Its body is muscular, toned and strong, allowing the jaguar to easily cross dense forest areas, climb trees, and move at incredible speeds when necessary. Jaguars have powerful legs, allowing them to run at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour over short distances, and each of their pounces is a powerful blow enough to take down a prey in the blink of an eye. What sets the jaguar apart from other big cats like lions or tigers is the power of its teeth and bite. Jaguars have the strongest bite of all big cats, capable of penetrating the bones and bodies of large animals. This allows them to hunt not only by pouncing and stunning their prey, but sometimes with an instant deadly bite to the neck or skull of their prey. Jaguars are skilled, agile, and strategic hunters, making them one of the most feared predators in the wild. Jaguars live mainly in tropical rainforests, where there is dense vegetation, where large rivers wind through valleys and vast swamps. These forests are teeming with wildlife, from herbivores to carnivores. Jaguars choose to live in areas that are less frequented, where the solitude and silence of the forest will give them an advantage when hunting. The jaguar's habitat is tropical rainforests, where temperatures and humidity are high, but also challenging for predators. The dense canopy creates a dark environment where the jaguar can move undetected. In particular, the jaguar is not only a land hunter, it is also an excellent swimmer, a trait that not all cats have. Jaguars can wade across large rivers, hunt in water, and sometimes even hunt crocodiles, turtles, or animals living near the river. Jaguars are independent hunters, unlike lions, which usually live in groups to hunt. Jaguars alone, or sometimes with a mate, will search for prey within their territory. The main prey of jaguars are large mammals such as deer, wild boars, and even aquatic animals such as crocodiles and otters. Jaguars can hunt at any time of the day, but usually at night, when they can take full advantage of the darkness and silence of the forest. With excellent climbing abilities, jaguars can approach their prey from above without being detected. They usually choose a careful and unhurried approach. Once they have identified their target, the jaguar will choose a hidden position, peering at the prey through the foliage, and then suddenly pounce with incredible speed and power. A jaguar's pounce is so precise and powerful that the prey has no time to react before being taken down. Jaguars can use another tactic to hunt, using an instantly deadly bite to the prey's neck, tearing out arteries or skull bones to make it impossible for the prey to escape. This makes the jaguar the most feared predator in its habitat. On a lightly rainy afternoon, the sunset light shone through the dense foliage. The jaguar moved silently on the soft, wet ground, its sharp eyes observing every movement around it. Today, its target was a group of otters playing and foraging near a stream in the forest. These otters were agile and intelligent, but they did not know that death was approaching. The jaguar, with great patience, moved slowly through the bushes, keeping itself completely out of sight. This hunting scene took place in absolute silence. The remaining otters fled in panic, but it was too late. Jaguar, with its perfect strategy and unparalleled strength, had completed its hunt. The otter could no longer escape the hands of the king of the rainforest. Although all three species of cats are talented hunters, each has its own unique characteristics and strategies that make them the rulers of their habitats. The snow leopard stands out for its ability to live in cold highlands and its flexibility in hunting. The leopard is a cat that is well adapted to the forest environment and has excellent climbing skills to hunt. While the jaguar, with its superior strength, swimming ability, and decisive hunting strategy, makes it the king of the rainforest. Each species has its own beauty and strength, contributing to the richness and diversity of the wildlife world. All over the planet, from the scorching grasslands of Africa, the dense forests of South America, to the majestic mountains of North America, there are silent but powerful predators. They are the embodiment of speed, strength, and perfect adaptation to harsh living environments. Cheetah, the fastest runner on land, the lord of the thrilling chase. Jaguar, the most powerful predator in South America, possessing a bite that can penetrate the skull of its prey in a split second. Puma, the ghost of the mountains, one of the most resilient cats, able to survive from tropical forests to harsh ice. Each species has its own tactics, its own way of hunting, and its own challenges to survive. So, in your opinion, which is the most fearsome predator? Are you impressed by the speed of the cheetah, the crushing power of the jaguar, or the extraordinary endurance of the puma? Leave a comment below and tell me which wild cat is your favorite. Cheetah, jaguar, puma, who is the undefeated warrior? The sun is blazing on the African savanna. Hot winds sweep across the vast grasslands, carrying the breath of life and death. In the distance, a herd of gazelles leisurely grazes. But hidden in the short grass, a patient predator is watching. Its golden eyes are sharp, its muscles are taut. Each breath is perfectly controlled. It is waiting for the right moment. In a split second, the cheetah leaps up its sharp teeth, clamping down on its throat, ending it all. No land animal can match the speed of the cheetah, the fastest runner on the planet. When needed, they can reach speeds of up to 112 km/h. Faster than a racing car in the first few seconds. But this speed is not their only weapon. What is more amazing is their terrifying acceleration. From 0 to 75 km/h in just 2 seconds, on par with a Ferrari or Lamborghini supercar. The stride length is up to 7 to 8 meters in each step. The running frequency is up to 3 under 4 steps per second, helping them glide across the grasslands like a living bullet. But what allows this cheetah to reach such incredible speeds? Their bodies are a biological wonder, perfectly optimized for speed. The super flexible spine acts like a spring, helping them lengthen and shorten their bodies when running, creating the longest running strides of any mammal. Special muscles in their legs and shoulders not only help them bounce forward strongly, but also absorb the impact when landing, helping them avoid injury even when running at extremely high speeds. Wide nostrils and large lungs help absorb a huge amount of oxygen, providing enough energy for the muscles during the chase. The heart and circulatory system are strong, able to pump blood quickly to keep the body from being overloaded when accelerating. However, speed is not an endless advantage. Cheetahs can only maintain maximum speed for about 20 to 30 seconds because their bodies quickly become overheated, reaching 40.5 degrees C, close to the dangerous threshold. If they do not take down their prey within this time, they are forced to give up, because a prolonged chase can exhaust them to the point of being unable to defend themselves. Although they are the fastest animals, speed is only part of the cheetah's hunting strategy. They do not rush into the hunt blindly, but need patience and precise calculation. Cheetahs often hide in low grass, keeping a distance of 50-100 meters from their prey. When the opportunity arises, they dart like an arrow, locking onto their target with their sharp eyes. But antelopes are also fast runners, able to change direction flexibly to avoid being caught. This is where the cheetah's long tail comes in handy. It acts as a steering wheel, helping the cheetah change direction quickly to stay close to its prey. Only when the distance is reduced to 10 meters will the cheetah launch a powerful slap with its front paw, knocking the prey to the ground. It then clamps its teeth tightly onto the prey's throat, cutting off its oxygen supply and ending the hunt in just a few minutes. However, cheetahs do not have the strength to protect their catch. Immediately after taking down their prey, they have to eat quickly because hyenas, lions, or even vultures can appear and steal their meal in a moment. The fastest runners not only have to fight as adults, but also from a young age, they enter a fierce race for survival. A female cheetah usually gives birth to 2 to 6 cubs after a gestation period of 90-95 days. At birth, the cubs weigh only about 300 grams, are completely blind and defenseless. They have a silvery grey coat on their backs, which helps them camouflage themselves in the grass and avoid of predators. But this camouflage is not always effective. Only 30% of cubs survive to adulthood, as they are the target of hyenas, leopards, eagles, and even lions. During the first months, the mother cheetah must constantly move to avoid detection, moving 3 to 5 kilometers each time. From the 6th week, the cubs begin to learn to follow their mothers on the hunt, observing and imitating hunting techniques. By the age of 6 months, they can chase small prey on their own. And by the age of 18 to 24 months, they will leave to begin their own journey, a solitary life in the harsh savannah. Despite being one of the most amazing predators on the planet, the cheetah is facing the risk of extinction. With less than 7,000 individuals left in the wild, their numbers are declining due to habitat loss, conflict with humans, and poaching. The vast grasslands are gradually shrinking due to agricultural activities. When food sources are scarce, cheetahs are forced to hunt livestock, and this makes them hunted by humans. Not only that, the hunting of baby cheetahs for pets or illegal trade has caused many of their populations to decline severely. A tropical rain poured down on the Amazon forest, the last ray of sunlight fading behind the dense canopy. The howling of gibbons echoed in the space. Insects rustled among the dense foliage. Under the dark green curtain, a figure moved silently. Muscular muscles, soft steps, glowing yellow eyes, piercing the darkness like two smoldering coals. Not a sound, not a trace. The apex predator of the jungle had taken position. Jaguar, the ruler of the South American rainforest, a silent assassin with power far surpassing any other opponent in the cat world. Unlike cheetah, who depends on speed, or lion, who hunts in packs, jaguar is a lone warrior. And in this world, absolute power is the key to survival. The sun rose high above the Amazon jungle, filtering through the deep green foliage, creating patches of light and dark on the damp ground. Birds chirped in the dense air, the sound of water trickling between moss-covered tree trunks. A peaceful morning, but no one realized that in the darkness of the lower canopy, a predator was quietly moving. A South American red deer was leisurely walking towards the riverbank to drink. Its brown eyes darted around, searching for any sign of danger. There was no shortage of predators in this jungle: anacondas lurking in the water, caiman crocodiles lying motionless, waiting for their chance. But none of them posed the greatest threat. Each step lightly touched the rotten leaves, not making a sound. A golden body with black asterisks moved like a ghost among the trees. Jaguar, the absolute ruler of this jungle. It lowered its body, eyes locked on its target. From above, the jaguar hid among the dense foliage. It stood still, patiently watching every muscle in its body tensed, waiting for the perfect moment. Unlike other cats, jaguars are master swimmers, one of the few cats that are not afraid of water. With their muscular bodies and powerful legs, they can swim across vast rivers to hunt their prey. Unlike lions or tigers, which often use their strength to knock down prey on land, jaguars use the aquatic environment to overwhelm and control their prey. Their sharp claws help them grip the slippery skin of caiman crocodiles, while their super strong jaws create a bite force of up to 2,000 psi more powerful than any other cat. Biting straight into the skull is a special tactic that only jaguars use. Most other big cats bite the neck to suffocate their prey, but jaguars understand that for those with thick skin like crocodiles, the only way to kill them instantly is to penetrate the skull and destroy the brain. Thanks to this tactic, the jaguar can take down caiman crocodiles over 2 meters long, a feat that few predators dare to attempt. The jaguar does not need the speed of a cheetah, nor does it rely on a pack like a lion. In its world, there is only one principle: absolute strength. To master the vast Amazon forest, the jaguar has perfected its hunting tactics to perfection: quiet, precise, and deadly. Every hunt begins with patience. The jaguar does not rush after its prey, but hides in the dark, taking advantage of every branch and bush to approach its target without being detected. Its asterisk-shaped black-spotted yellow fur acts as a perfect camouflage, helping it blend into the patchy light and shade of the forest, completely disappearing from the sight of its prey. With footsteps as light as a breath, it moves slowly, without making any sound, every muscle in its body coiled, preparing for the moment of attack. Its hunting strategy is unique in the cat world. Instead of biting the throat to suffocate its prey like a lion or leopard, the jaguar aims straight for the skull. Its teeth squeeze with a bite force of up to 2,000 psi stronger than any other cat. The dagger-sharp fangs pierce straight through the skull, destroying the brain, causing instant death. There is no chance to fight back. There is no protracted fight, only instant and absolute death. Not only hunting on land, the jaguar is also the best swimming cat on the planet. No other big cat dares to dive into the river to hunt like it. The jaguar dives into the water, gently approaches its prey, then suddenly jumps up with terrifying speed. Caimans, giant tortoises, even anacondas. None have escaped its deadly skull-crushing bite. The jaguar is the perfect hunter not for speed or numbers, but for sheer force and lightning-fast killing tactics. In its world, there is no room for error. Only the strongest survive. And amid the dense canopy of the Amazon jungle, when the jaguar's golden eyes flash in the darkness, it is a sign that the hunt has begun, and there will be no mercy for the prey. A cold wind blows through the jagged mountains, sweeping through the snow-covered valley. At an altitude of more than 3,000 meters above sea level, there is no green shade like the Amazon, no vast grasslands like Africa, only steep cliffs and trails between cliffs. This is one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth. But even here, a predator stalks silently its lithe body, blending into the grey rocks of the mountains. Its golden eyes scan the steep slopes, searching for signs of prey. The puma, also known as the mountain lion cougar or cougar, is one of the most resilient wildcats on the planet. It doesn't have the crushing power of a jaguar, nor the speed of a cheetah, but it has something no other cat has: perfect adaptation. From the dense forests of South America, the savannas of North America, to the frigid heights of the Andes, puma are everywhere. And wherever they are, they are fearsome, solitary, and mysterious predators. The red sun set over the majestic Andes Mountains, dyeing the arid land in a brilliant orange-yellow hue. Guanacos, wild relatives of camels, leisurely grazed on a dry grassland on the mountainside. They seemed unconcerned with predators, for in this windy land there were no lions, no jaguars, only barren mountain ranges stretching to the horizon. But they were wrong. Clinging to the high rocks, a figure moved silently. Its sharp golden eyes scanned the guanacos below. It was in no hurry. Every step was precisely calculated. A strong wind blew, carrying the scent of prey. Its muscles tensed. From the cliff, Not the tiger, not the leopard. The puma is the cat with the longest jump on the planet. With extremely developed leg muscles, they can jump up to 12 meters, equal to a cheetah running at full speed for 1 second. Jump up to 5.5 meters high enough to overcome any barrier on the hunting path. Speeding up to 80 km/h, they are one of the fastest predators in the Americas. In the steep, rocky terrain of the Andes, the ability to leap far is the key to making the puma an apex predator. When prey tries to escape, they can leap from cliff to cliff, using the terrain to approach their prey from unexpected angles. In addition to their powerful legs, puma also has extremely strong neck muscles, allowing them to easily take down prey much larger than their body weight. They do not need superior speed, but rely on ambush tactics and split-second bursts of power to kill their prey instantly. The cheetah, jaguar, and puma are three of the most unique predators. Each species has its own tactics, its own advantages, and a different habitat. But if you put them on the scale, which is the strongest predator? In terms of speed, the cheetah has no rival. With a top speed of 70 km/h, they are the fastest land animal, accelerating from 0 to 45 km/h in just 2 seconds, faster than a sports car. Their long legs, flexible spine, and non-retractable claws help them maintain traction and change direction quickly when chasing prey. However, their speed is also their weakness. They cannot maintain this speed for more than 30 seconds, and after each hunt, they are exhausted and vulnerable to other animals such as hyenas or lions. Although the fastest, the cheetah is not the strongest. On the other hand, when it comes to sheer strength, no one can surpass the jaguar. They have the strongest bite in the cat world, with a bite force of up to 2,000 psi, stronger than both lions and tigers. Unlike other cats that bite the neck to suffocate their prey, jaguars aim straight for the skull, using their sharp teeth to crush the bone in a split second. This allows them to take down even thick-skinned prey like caimans, anacondas, and giant turtles, species that few predators dare to confront. In addition to hunting on land, jaguars are also the best swimmers of all cats and can hunt underwater. However, despite their strength, jaguars are not the fastest cats. They cannot chase prey at high speeds like cheetahs or make long jumps like puma. Meanwhile, in terms of survival ability in all environments, puma is the most resilient cat. It does not have a strong bite like jaguar or outstanding speed like cheetah, but puma has the ability to adapt to all habitats, from dense forests, grasslands to high mountains. They can jump up to 12 meters jump, 5 meters high, helping them hunt even on dangerous cliffs. While cheetahs can only hunt small antelopes and jaguars, depend on dense forests, puma can hunt guanacos in the Andes, elk in North America, or monkeys in the rainforest. Thanks to this flexibility, puma has the widest living range of the cat family, stretching from Canada to South America. However, despite its good adaptation, puma does not have any obvious strengths in strength or speed, but mainly relies on endurance and ambush tactics to win. So, which is the most fearsome predator? In terms of speed, the cheetah is the best, but speed does not help them dominate the food chain. In terms of endurance and survival, the puma is superior, but it lacks strength and dominance. And in terms of sheer power, the jaguar is the most fearsome predator. With its deadly bite underwater hunting ability and cold solitude, the jaguar dominates the South American jungle without a rival. However, in nature, no species is absolutely the strongest. The winner is not always the strongest, but the one who can survive the longest. And in the fight for survival, each of these cats is a warrior in its own way. Spain race for survival in the wild. Spain. A land where the wild nature never gives up. From the majestic mountains of the Pyrenees to the vast plains, this is home to rare, powerful, and mysterious animals. Every step in the deep forest, every roar from a predator is a testament to the strength and resilience of these creatures. A wild world full of danger, but also full of beauty and mystery, where life and death are in a constant battle. In the dense forests of Doñana National Park, southern Spain, the first light of dawn filters through the oak trees and cistus bushes. This is one of Europe's most precious nature reserves, home to hundreds of species of migratory birds. Deer, wild boar, and especially the Iberian lynx, the rarest wild cat on the continent. Hidden in a quiet part of the forest, under the shade of an old oak tree, is the den of a female lynx nursing her cubs. She is called Sombra, meaning darkness in Spanish. Sombra is not a random name. Her fur is a golden brown with dark spots, allowing her to be almost invisible among the dense undergrowth. Her high ears with black tufts stand upright, her long white whiskers and her cold yellow eyes all make up a wild yet mysterious beauty. But today it is not her beauty, but her maternal instinct that comes first. Her two cubs, just over 2 months old, are curiously beginning to explore the world around them. They are still clumsy when playing, unable to venture far from the den, but have learned to listen and hide like their mother. Their shrill cries wake Sombra early. She stretched, and stood up. It was time to hunt. The task seemed simple, but it was challenging. A few decades ago, the lynx's main prey, the hare, was abundant throughout the Wanyama forest. But now disease, habitat loss, and climate change have severely depleted the hare population. To feed her young Sombra must travel farther, spend more time, and face more risks than ever before. She walked lightly across the leaf litter, barely making a sound. Her ears were constantly swiveling in all directions, searching for the slightest sound. A rustle, a slight movement in the bushes. Sombra stopped and listened. Her reaction time was a matter of survival, for herself and for her two young. She crossed a shallow stream, following the faint hare tracks in the damp sand. Along the way, she scent-marked her territory, an important habit that helps lynxes avoid confrontation. Sombra had been familiar with the forest since she was a child, but since becoming a mother, safe boundaries had become more important than ever. Finally, after nearly an hour of travel, Sombra spotted her target. A rabbit was grazing in a small clearing. It didn't realize that a predator was lurking in the bushes just a few meters away. Sombra crouched low, taking slow steps, her eyes never leaving her prey. She waited as if time had stopped. Then whoosh, she launched herself fast as an arrow. The jump was precise, her sharp claws digging into the rabbit. The hunt was over in seconds. Sombra carried her prey deep into the forest where she could eat in peace and avoid detection. Once she was full, she licked her fur, cleaned herself, and returned to the nest where her 2 cubs were waiting. The return trip was no less important. Even with a full stomach, Sombra was alert to every sound. The 2 cubs came out of the den, squealing, intermittently happy to see their mother back. She licked their faces affectionately, then lay down to rest with the cubs. In the afternoon, as the sun rose, the 3 of them lay down in the shade. Sombra was half asleep, half awake, always alert. A sudden noise in the distance made her open her eyes and prick up her ears. It was the sound of a ranger patrol car, a good sign. These people were an important part of the lynx conservation effort. They monitored, tagged, checked on health, and protected their habitat from encroachment. As the sun set, and the Wanyama forest fell into darkness, Sombra stood up again. A new night had begun. She licked her cubs' faces, pushed them gently into the den, then turned and walked away. Maybe she would go hunting again or simply patrol her territory. In the world of the lynx, there is no time to relax. From afar, her golden eyes glow in the darkness, then disappear into the depths of the forest. A shadow moves, just like the name humans have given her, Sombra. And behind, in a small cave under the tree roots, 2 small creatures sleep soundly, carrying the hope of a species that was once on the brink of extinction, but is now gradually reborn, thanks to motherly love, survival instinct, and the hands of humans who love nature. In the great biological clock of the Earth, winter is not an end, but a preparation for a new beginning. And the grey crane, with its long call echoing through the sky, is one of the most vivid markers of that cycle. Every year, as the cold weather sets in for the north, the cranes leave the frozen marshes of Sweden, Finland, and Russia to find the promised land, where the sun still lurks in the fields of southern Spain. The flight of more than 4,000 kilometers, a great migration, requires perfect coordination. The grey cranes fly in huge flocks, hundreds, sometimes thousands, creating living arrows in the sky. The V formation is not only beautiful, but also an aerodynamic strategy, reducing drag-saving energy. Under their wings, the continent changes seasons. And when they reach Extremadura, where the fields are bare after the harvest, but full of food, where the oak forests drop round nuts like brown gems, the cranes land beginning a short but meaningful winter life. Here on the warm, flat, dry land, the cranes feed, rest, and most of all reconnect. Because they are not just migratory, the grey crane is the embodiment of long-term attachment. Each pair is bonded for life. A bond that is maintained not only by instinct, but by ritual, a distinctive pair dance. Every morning as the first rays of the sun touch the dewy grass, pairs of cranes approach each other, call out in unison, and begin to dance. They turn, jump, spread their wings, bow their heads. A surprisingly balanced and synchronized dance. Not just for mating, it is a way to renew their vows in the wild and in front of their fledglings. As February passes, the signs of spring returning to the north begin to creep in through the early morning sun. The cranes take off again this time, bringing with them a new generation, young individuals strong enough to fly with the flock. In the moist and quiet marshlands of northern Europe, pairs of cranes begin their breeding season. The nest is built on the ground among reeds or low vegetation along the edge of a lake, in a secluded place with little disturbance. The female lays 1 or 2 eggs, which both sexes incubate for about 30 days. When the chicks hatch, they almost immediately begin to walk and follow their parents, learning how to forage, avoid danger, and most importantly, how to be a crane. Unlike many birds that only form short-term bonds during the mating season, the grey crane's bond transcends time. While they care for their young, they continue to dance, call, and express their connection, as if love were an integral part of their biological journey. Over the summer, the young will grow, learn to fly, and in the fall, they will join their first flock on their journey south, back to Spain, back to a land they have never seen, but feels strangely familiar. In the most rugged mountains of the Iberian Peninsula, where rocky peaks soar into the sky, where the sun and morning mists paint contrasting pictures of harshness and romance, a wild creature carves its name into the rock every day with every determined step. It is the Iberian Ibex capra pyrenaica, a symbol of endurance, adaptability, and the wild beauty of the Spanish mountains. They are not large or powerful beasts. But it is their small size and incredible endurance that make them the artists of the high mountains, where every step and crevice is a stage for life. With their flexible cloven hooves and their seasonal coat, the Capra pyrenaica is the epitome of exquisite evolution. They have survived for thousands of years, weathering both climate change and human threats, preserving, in the limestone and mountain winds, the irreplaceable silhouette of a pure wild animal. The Iberian ibex once ranged across much of the peninsula with 4 distinct subspecies. Two of these, including the Pyrenees, became extinct by the end of the 20th century. Today, only 2 remain Capra pyrenaica victoriae in central Spain and Capra pyrenaica hispanica in the southeast. Remaining populations are scattered across the Sierra de Gredos, Sierra Nevada, and the barren limestone mountains of the east. They are living witnesses to an old wild Europe that is slowly fading into memory. Every morning when the sun is just rising above the mountainside, the silhouettes of goats quietly appear on the high rocky ledges. They move gently but precisely, as if they are weightless. The space where they live seems vertical with no room for error. Each step is a mathematical equation between strength and flexibility. The female goats often lead their kids, forming small, quiet but united groups. Meanwhile, the males live separately alone. And only return to the herd when the mating season approaches. The mating season, which lasts from November to January, is the time when the mountains and forests vibrate with the dry sound of horns touching horns. The mature males with their horns curled like stone bows begin a fierce competition for the right to breed. They do not cry, do not roar, only slow steps, challenging eyes and sudden lunges that make the whole mountainside reverberate. The confrontation usually doesn't last long, because the stronger one is the one who knows when to advance and when to stop. After this silent but intense ritual, the victorious male is given the right to mate with one or more females in the group. After the mating season is over, the male herds split up, retreating deeper into the mountains, continuing their solitary existence. Meanwhile, the pregnant females quietly prepare for a grueling birthing cycle. Around May or June, they leave the herd to seek out safe places, high, wind-sheltered, hard-to-reach rock crevices, where new life will begin. There are no nests, no protection other than maternal instinct, and eyes always open to the horizon. The kids are born in silence among the mountains and the wind. It takes them only a few minutes to stand up, a few hours to walk, and a few days to understand life here is a school of no mistakes. Each step is their first lesson, about gravity, about the fragile line between life and death, about trusting in their mothers but also being independent early. Under the guidance of its mother, the kid learns to navigate the rugged terrain to find food, and most importantly, to spot predators before it's too late. In the high mountains of Spain, there's more than just rocks and grass. In the sky, the golden eagle, Aquila chrysaetos, soars like a part of the sky. With eyes that can see movement from more than a kilometer away, the eagle is a real threat to the kid. On sunny afternoons, when the air is calm and the goats relax, the predator appears. Without a sound, without a warning, and then life changes hands. The eagle settles on a high ledge where the wind blows steadily and the light gradually fades to evening. Not in a hurry, not wildly, it enjoys its meal as a necessary part of the biological cycle. Under its wings, the life of one small creature has ended to maintain the existence of another. No one wins, no one loses. Only nature keeping the balance of life from tipping too far in one direction. The remaining goats continue their journey without stopping, without panicking. Their DNA is engraved with the ancient lesson, life is a journey and loss is inevitable. If the kid survives the first year, it will grow quickly, learning the laws of the mountains and forests. By the third year, the males will leave the herd, entering a solitary lifestyle, where each step is an affirmation, I have grown up. Capra pyrenaica can live up to 15 years if it can overcome predators, frost, and harsh, dry seasons. Each breeding season is a new cycle. The next pair of horns will grow longer, the new kids will walk on rocks like their parents did. The flow of life does not stop. It only changes shape. One generation follows the next. In the sunset that dyes the ancient limestone ranges, red, a mountain goat stands on a high cliff, silent as a living statue. The wind blows through its thick fur, carrying the smell of earth and rocks, the vague calls of past generations. It does not know what tomorrow will bring. But it knows that today it is still standing firmly on the very land that created it, in the sky that raised it. And that is enough. Amidst the changes of the times, amid the noise of the artificial world, somewhere in the Sierra de Gredos or Sierra Nevada mountains, the Iberian mountain goat still exists, quietly wild and proud. It does not need to be seen, it does not need to be praised, it just needs to exist. Like a slow but strong breath of nature. As a proof that there are things just being there is enough for this world.